Good evening, everyone. This is the Sunday Pub, but different. It's a Sunday Pub special edition. We are doing a year review for 2024, and I've got a bunch of friends with me. First of all, obviously, everybody probably knows Josh and Joanna, my co-hosts on the Fireside Discord. And probably everybody knows everybody else, but why don't you introduce yourselves anyway? Tori, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm Tori. I run the channel Tori Talks 2. And yeah, thanks for having me, Matt.
Pleasure.
I'm Kyle from Read by Kyle. I primarily do live streams and theoretically will record a video someday, but thanks for having me too, Matt.
You're a regular on the Fireside, so I figured I may as well invite you, even if you don't actually record videos.
I do lives, that's I'm in the space, No.
Yeah, well, that's all I've done since sort of early part of last year. So, yeah, Kath.
Hi everyone, I'm Kathy, and I have a channel as well where I talk about books and sometimes other things.
I'll just say, since we just got in the screen order, we just got to Josh. Josh's channel name is not Josh Might Be Lying.
That's a great name, though.
Yeah, actually, that would be cool. Josh might be lying today in this live stream, but Josh's channel is Red Fury Books.
Indeed. So you just gave me, if I ever do a second channel like some people do, I guess the second channel can be Josh might be lying.
It could be like movie reviews or like music reviews or something.
Perfect.
And Joanna?
Hi, I'm Joanna from Joanna Reads, also co-owner of the Fireside with Matt and with Josh. I am active on my channel. What can I say?
Joanna actually records videos, unlike Kyle and I. Yeah. And last but not least.
Well, hi, I'm Bridger from the Library Ladder, and I do record or film videos. It just takes me a while to get to them. They're kind of few and far between these days, but there will be one coming, I think, in the next week. I just have to finish it.
But they're all super high quality.
Yeah,
this is my first.
You're forgiven for your slowness with videos because every time you put out a video, it's like a fucking essay. So it's like in depth and researched and detailed, and like it's worth it.
There's like a bibliography section at the end.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I have never done a year in review, so this is the first for me. Not only is it my first time on the Sunday Pub, I don't do any sort of tracking my reading over the year, best of, any of those types of things. I generally just focus on the books and the authors rather than, my own journey. Yeah. So it's nice to be able to have a change of pace and do that this time.
Absolutely. And it's a pleasure to have you on the pub for the first time. Generally, the normal, for anyone who doesn't know, the normal idea of the pub is I host it and anybody can join on screen. We've had people who don't have channels, who are just viewers, join on screen. And we've had all sorts of people with channels join. And every now and then I started this with a interview a month ago or so with Adrian Tchaikovsky, where I did a Sunday Pub special edition. So at the same time as the Sunday Pub, just with, in this case, invitation only, not random, anyone can join, and with a specific subject. And in that case, with an actual interview with the author with 3 other people. Kyle was one of them. And I want to keep doing that as well. Do occasional special editions that kind of make sense as a thing to do live. Anyway, what we're doing, for anyone who doesn't know, is we are blatantly ripping off Alan of the Library of Alexandria. And I'm expecting a holy war. I'm sure there are loyal Alanists in the chat.
Betrayer.
Exactly. And someone is going to tell Alan.
I feel like Joanna was the one who initially got Alan to do it. So really, we're just going back to Joanna.
He was ripping Joanna off. Okay. I get it.
It's true.
All right. Yeah, well, you can, if you want, Joanna, you can declare a holy war on Alan.
I'm always the one who's blamed for all the betrayals.
You are.
Nobody ever notices when he betrays me.
It's so unfair. It's
Isn't imitation the highest form of flattery, though?
Yeah, exactly. Theft is the highest form of flattery. Indeed.
Not theft.
Yeah. So what we're doing is it's a tag. You know how tags work, everyone. We've got a list of questions, and we will go through the questions one by one. Bridger was kind enough or intelligent enough to actually reorganize the questions. And then when I saw his reorganization of it, I was like, yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense. Good idea. So this is the tag, the same questions as the normal tag that's everywhere else, but with Bridger's intelligent reorganization of the questions. So let me quickly, just because I always do it in the pub, say hi to people. Ryan is here. Terry is here. Yeah, you may need a bigger screen, Terry. If I had organized it a bit smarter, I would have either kept it at 6 people or gotten 9 people so that we would have a proper grid. But now it's just emphasizing Bridger, which is nice.
I'm the odd
okay
man out
that.
here, clearly.
Well, you also got here last, so I think that's fair. Aslan's here. Matt Keen's here. John A. Douglas. Haven't seen you in the pub in a while. Jeroen is always here. Caro is always here. Belltube may also be lying. Brian's here. Long-time viewer, yes. First-time commenter, not really. Darko's here. Wow, everybody's here. Cool. Alicia, good to see you. Navo is not playing D&D. Usually Navo has his D&D game at this time and therefore is not here. Mac made it. Good to see you, Mac. Fox is here. Thornall's here. It's basically the pub regulars. Mostly. Daniel's here, as always. And so on and so forth. So let's get started. Why don't we? Wait just a sec. Turn that off. Turn this on. The first question is, what was your favorite reread of 2024? For the very first question, I'll go first. This will probably surprise no one. If you know my channel at all, you know that I reread quite a lot. And I read Reaper's Gale, the 7th book in the Malazan Book of the Fallen, for the second time. It's a chunky ass book. It's like almost 1,300 pages, I think. But damn, it's good. It's really good. It takes a little while maybe to get to if you're reading Malazan because it's the 7th book. And there are hundreds of thousands, well, not hundreds of thousands. There are many thousands of pages before it, but it's really, really good. And I really enjoyed rereading it this year. Who would like to go next? Tori, maybe we go in order, at least for the first question.
Well, you and I being next to each other, Matt, is a little funny because I also reread a Malazan book this year. For the first time in 13 years, I reread Dead House Gates by Stephen Erickson to figure out if it is still my favorite fantasy book of all time. And I'm happy to report that it is. This book is incredible. I absolutely love it. I love these characters so much. I had an amazing time. This was my last read of the year, and it was just such a great way to end 2024.
Awesome.
Cool. We appear to have lost Joanna temporarily, hopefully. But let's continue with Kyle.
So this question, like all questions, depends on interpretation. So like I reread Oathbringer this year, which is like just technically the best reread because it's the one I like the most. But I think in the more interesting spirit of the question, Cujo by Stephen King. I originally read that in high school when I was just getting into Stephen King, and I just kind of like accidentally DNF'd it like 70 or 80% of the way in. Like I just put it down and never went back. And then this year, Stephen King released like a sequel short story in his new collection. And I was like, well, I should reread Cujo, even though I didn't really like it. And I loved it this time. And then initially, like I got to like the 70 or 80% mark and I understood why like high school Kyle would have stopped reading it. Like it kind of lost me a little bit. So it didn't quite hit that like 5-star, like really, really top tier King for me. But I thought like all of the writing in that book was really good. You get like the dog's perspective. I don't know what 16-year-old Kyle was smoking, but I thought that was really good on reread.
So go down here, Kath.
I guess my favorite reread of the year was The Gunslinger by Stephen King, the first book in the Dark Tower series. I know a lot of people don't actually like the first book, but I just love it. I think it's so different from his other books, and it has the best opening line ever. If you've read it, you know what I'm talking about.
It's the only opening line I can remember from forever, like since I read it the first time 20 years ago.
Yeah, I still think it's great. I think I've read about 5 times. So, yeah, that was my favorite reread.
Cool.
Well, I guess I'm going to keep the trend alive. First of all, let me address why it says Josh might be lying. So I haven't done my big 2024 wrap up yet. My Red Fury Book Awards, 4th annual, next weekend. Check it out if you're so inclined. Well, 4 of these questions would give away who wins those awards. So some of these questions I will be giving kind of my runner-up. So I'm not going to talk about any bad books or anything, but some of these answers are not 100% truthful. So you just have to guess out of these 10 questions which 2 I'm lying about. But the first prompt here, favorite reread.
For each question, can everyone in the chat please say if they think Josh is lying or not?
You won't be able to guess because all of these are great. But anyway, I'm going to continue the trend with the favorite reread with Stephen King. I reread Night Shift, which was his first short story collection. Which
I'm starting that this week.
Nice.
Well, starting my reread. I've read it before.
Oh, it's so good. I had not read it since high school, and it's fantastic. I mean, early King is some of the best King, and the diversity of the different stories within. It was about 25 different short stories. It was fantastic. So that was a pretty easy choice out of all the rereads I did this year.
Cool. Bridger.
Back.
Welcome back, Joanna.
Yeah, now you're the odd woman out.
That's right.
Because you're at the bottom. I don't even know if she can hear us. It looks like she
I don't
can't
think she can hear us right now.
Yeah.
Well, I'll jump in. I, at least for the last 3 years since I've had a channel, I have overwhelmingly done rereads as opposed to reading new material because I try to, things that I've read decades ago and then I want to talk about in a video. It's like, my memory's a little bit rusty here. I want to refresh it, make sure that, what I'm saying actually fits what I'm thinking today. So picking one for this category was very difficult because I reread a lot for my King Arthur video, a lot for my Jack Vance video, a lot for my Connie Willis video. And so I'm going to name a few. Leoness for Jack Vance. That was my favorite reread for Jack Vance. Mary Stewart's Merlin trilogy for my King Arthur video. Absolutely love that. I reread one of my favorite historical fiction series, which is the Accursed Kings by Maurice Drouin. It's a French series, and so this is the first book called, get the light out of it, here we go. There we go, The Iron King. This is the first book in the series. So I reread that, thoroughly enjoyed it again. It's been a long time since I've read that. But the one that, in hindsight, is my favorite of my rereads this year, in the way that I responded to it better the second time around than I did when I read it over 10 years ago. And that's Connie Willis's duology, Blackout and All Clear. It's the final piece in her Oxford Time trilogy, or Oxford Time Travel tetralogy, actually. There's a bunch of books in it. And when I read it the first time, when it was first released back in 2010, it had been many years since I'd read the previous books, Doomsday Book and To Say Nothing of the Dog. And I really missed how connected those books are. And they're connected in very subtle ways. And I only picked up on it when I read them in fairly close succession for that video. And I realized just how remarkable this World War II set, historical fiction, time travel duology, just how remarkable it is. I mean, she did her homework, and the connections with the earlier books are really, really incredible.
Cool. We just got a message in Discord from Joanna. She is having some problems, which is kind of obvious, but she's somehow not being able to connect to Restream. So I think we're going to have to push on without her and hope that she can join us for future questions. I'm not sure that there's anything I can do or any way to help her get back in. She's got the link. I told her to empty her browser cache and try a different browser, Josh said, and we'll see if any of that works. But maybe, she
You
says...
made me really excited to read the Connie Willis books, Bridger.
There she
I'm
is.
reading Doomsday Book
Oh.
this year, so...
Joanna, can you
if
hear
I can
us?
give you a recommendation, start with her novella Firewatch.
Firewatch?
It's a novella that she wrote several years before Doomsday Book. It's not essential that you start with it, but I think it adds to sort of the build up across all of the books in the series.
I noted it down. I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Joanna, can you hear us? I don't think she can hear us. Damn, something's not working. I don't know if there is. I know that StreamYard recommends Chrome.
Yeah.
I don't know if Restream is the same way.
I'm using Safari.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm using Firefox. I haven't had a problem.
Yeah.
So a workaround that we might be able to suggest to Joanna if she comes back on is if she just holds up a piece of paper she can write her answers on and hold it up to the screen.
Yeah, that's an awesome idea. That is an awesome idea.
She has a little whiteboard or something.
Yeah. Just make sure she doesn't mirror her screen, so that way we can actually read
Exactly. That's one of the...
She could potentially join on her phone.
That's also
as
one
well.
of the features of Restream that I quite like. I can unmirror or mirror your screens.
Yeah, thank you for doing that when I was holding up the book.
Yeah, I saw the text. Of course, you'd never want to mirror a screen if you're holding up books, but
Yeah.
it's kind of default, I think. So I can then go in there and flip it when I see something that isn't looking the way it should. Let's look. Let's give her a minute and look at what some other people said. Mac read Frankenstein again, which is cool. That is a super classic. I've read
I also
it twice.
reread this year.
So
Yay.
good.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Woohoo!
Yay.
I hope it works. I
Excellent.
missed everybody's answers though. So
Okay, we'll start over.
Half of us were lying anyway.
Everybody log out, and we'll start the stream
It's
again. in a minute.
all Malazan and Stephen King, and then Bridger chose like 62 novels. So you're caught up.
that no one's ever heard of.
okay, so I'm gonna guess, Matt, you said Reaper Scale. I heard that. Tori, I'm gonna guess it was Deadhouse Gates. Kyle, I'm gonna guess it was Stephen King, The Stand.
No, it was Cujo.
Oh, dang it. And then Kathy, I don't know.
The Gunslinger, Stephen King as well.
Wow. Okay. And then for you, Josh, I have no idea.
It was Night Shift, Stephen King.
Wow.
So this is actually the way we're going to do the rest of the show. Is when I put up a new question, we're going to kick Joanna, and then 6 of us will say our answers, and then she'll come back and try and guess.
That's why I renamed myself Joanna Reads Returns.
Love it.
So. And then Bridger, what were your choices?
Well, I sort of picked from some of the rereads I did for some of my videos because I did a lot of rereads. So I picked Leoness from Jack Vance, Mary Stewart's Merlin trilogy from the King Arthur video. Then I picked one that was not video related, which is Maurice Druon's Accursed Kings series, historical fiction. But the winner, the one that I picked overall, was Connie Willis's Blackout All Clear duology.
I remember all these videos now that you're talking about them. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So am I up?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So I didn't read very many books this year, but the one that I did reread at the beginning of the year that really it just pulled on my heartstrings so much was The Last Unicorn by Peter S. Beagle. And so I read this in either my late teens or early 20s. And at the time, I had already seen the movie several times. And when I read the book, I was struck by how much I felt like it was similar to the movie, how I felt the movie was a very true adaptation of this book. But at the time, I remember having a friend who said that he felt like the book was far deeper than the movie. And I think I wasn't quite a good enough reader at the time to understand that. I think I was more paying attention to the plot and the characters. But upon reread now as an adult, I could say that I do feel like the book does go deeper. I noticed like little sprinkles of meta humor in the prose. I think the prose is gorgeous. It's whimsical. I love the melancholy depth to this book and how it explores regret and longing and acceptance and change. And I would say that this is not a book that you would read for the plot. It's more a book that you read for the wonder and the whimsy of a unicorn tale. And so absolutely a favorite reread of the year.
Awesome.
That's going on my TBR as well. Yeah, not just you, Aslan.
Yeah, it's one of those things that one of those books that I feel like has been in the back of my head as something I should have read for like the last
I
40
feel like you would really
years.
like it, Matt. Like
You know.
definitely a Matt book.
Although I'll spoil a little later in this list. One of my answers is a book I thought I should read for 40 years, and it was my biggest disappointment. So we'll see. Speaking of questions, number 2, what was the favorite series you started in 2024 but didn't finish in 2024? Started but not finished in 2024. Let's go backwards this time. Joanna.
Oh, okay. I should have brought the book off the shelf, but for me, it's a book I've been talking a lot about in the last 2 videos I posted, which is Perdido Street Station by China Miéville.
Yeah.
This is, yes, book 1 in the Baslag trilogy. I picked this up almost by accident. I had a standalones TBR for the year, and I meant to get to The City and the City by China Miéville this last year. And then plans shifted around, and I decided to shift or to replace The City and the City with Perdido Street Station because I was gifted it for my birthday. And I was blown away. I was blown away by how imaginative the setting was, by how intricate and how cohesive the plot was, how well it fit the structure of the story, how well the buildup was. I loved the way aesthetics was tied into the story in a clever way. I had a couple of little nitpicks about the book, but overall, I was really impressed with it, and I'm excited to get to book 2 to the Scar because hear it's even better. But Perdido Street Station it blew me away. I loved it.
As a Miéville fan, a lot of people say like if you're starting with Miéville, start with the City and the City, and I always think no, don't start with Perdido Street Station. The City and the City is probably easier. It's like not as weird and not as out there, but like if you're already reading fantasy anyway, I love Perdido Street and the whole trilogy. But really, to me, it was Perdido Street Station as like the first introduction to this bizarre world. I just loved it. Excellent.
Yeah, it was so interesting. Yeah, it was great. And actually, it's interesting because I do prefer getting to know authors for a first time through standalones. I like to taste test authors through standalones. So I didn't really mean to start a whole new fantasy series, but I'm so glad I did. I was really impressed with Perdido Street Station.
Yeah, and it's been a while since I read them, but if I remember correctly, like you can read Perdido Street kind of as a standalone. There's not that much hanging at the end of it. It's just the next book is connected, but it's not like a story in 3 books. You know,
it reminded me a little bit of Gentlemen Bastards in that way, just how you get a very over-the-top, flamboyant story, but then it does feel like a complete story. It does feel like the books read almost like, well, at least that first book did read almost like a standalone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool. Bridger.
All right. I can't limit myself to one answer, so I'm going to say...
We've already noticed.
I'm long-winded. I can't help myself. I did start Dandelion Dynasty and got through the first 2 books. I'm enjoying it. Looking forward to books 3 and 4, hopefully later this year.
Nice.
That's my plan. But that wasn't my top choice, but I did really like it.
It's wrong, but that's okay.
Runner-up choice is Shadow of the Wind, which is the Library of Forgotten Books series by Carlos Ruiz Zafón. Yes, there you go.
I just bought it.
I highly recommend it. It is excellent, and looking forward to reading all 4 books in the series. But number 1 for me was the Poldark series. Let's get the light out of that. By Winston Graham. This is historical fiction set in Cornwall just after the American Revolution. Spans multiple generations. The author, Winston Graham, he started writing this series in 1945. And the last book that he wrote, which I think is book 12, if I remember, he published in 2002. So he was almost 100 years old when he finished the last book.
Wow.
So it's a massive series, and this omnibus edition that I have only has, I think, the first 4 or 5 novels.
I'm adding it to my want to read list on Goodreads, and I just have to say the first book's cover is so terrible on this. I would never pick this up without a recommendation.
It depends on which edition. Some of those editions.
It's probably
really
a newer
terrible.
one. Yeah, it looks like a romantasy cover almost or something. I don't know.
This
Did you ever
is.
watch the old show, the UK show? The
I did see that.
Older
Well,
one.
there've been a couple of them. There's one from
Yeah.
like the 1970s or so that
one.
I have not seen. I did see the more recent one from around 2016, 2017. And I was impressed, now having read the novels that series, at least the TV series was based on, I'm impressed how closely they adhered to the novels in that adaptation from, like I said, 2016 or so.
I just decided we're going to need a new question. Everybody but Bridger gets to answer the question at the end. Your top book that Bridger mentioned that you've actually heard of.
I have to say, I'm looking this series up while he's talking. It is wild. The first book was published in 1945, and the final book was published in 2002.
Damn.
Wow. Ludicrous. That gives me hope for George R. R. Martin. Oh, that's incredible.
Wow.
George is going to finish when he's 100. So moving on, Josh.
So most of the series I started in 2024, I actually finished. So I didn't have many series to actually choose from, but the one that I'm kind of in the middle of, this will be the next one I read, is The Sun Eater, Christopher Rocchio. I'm up to Demon in White, which I'll be reading this in March. I'm reading something every month. So this month I read Queen Amid Ashes, the novella, and then I'm doing the first short story collection next month, and then I'm going to do Demon White in March. And I'm really excited to continue. I had a little bit of trouble with kind of his storytelling at the very beginning, kind of the disjunct nature of the narrative, but overall I'm enjoying it. And I thought the second book was objectively just better in every area as the first book. And I hear a lot of people talk about Demon in White is one of their favorites. So I'm definitely excited going forward. I like the world building and the storytelling. Once I got past kind of just some aspects of his writing initially that were just kind of disjunct and jarring to me. Once I got through that, I've really enjoyed the series. So I'm going to go one per month. And then by the end of the year, when the last book comes out, I'll be ready to read it with everybody else.
Demon in White and Howling Dark are both extreme kick-ass books.
Yeah, those are my 2 favorites of the series.
Yeah, me too. Cool. Me too. It was a series that I started and finished in 2024. I just slammed through it. I didn't read anything else for about 6 or 7 weeks and just finished the whole series. Yeah. Kath.
I don't think this is going to be any surprise to anyone that my favorite series that I started last year is the Malazan Book of the Fallen series by Stephen Erickson.
How far are you?
I've read 6 now, but I finished the 6th one just a few weeks ago, just this year actually.
Yep.
But that is It isn't the only series I started last year. I started quite a few good ones, like The Black Company. I started Long Price Quartet. Can't remember all of them, but Malazan is just, it is. It's become one of my absolute favorite series. I'm actually afraid it's going to knock off all the others that are my favorites, but I haven't finished it yet. So I'm going to wait until I do before I decide.
It will.
I had to have a very serious and sad talk with Professor Tolkien after I finished Malazan.
You and Philip both.
I was just like, dude, I'm so sorry. I really am so sorry. Thank you for all the years of being my favorite author in fantasy, but you're not Steven Erikson, mate. Yeah.
We're gonna give you both the Philip Chase bumper sticker.
Yeah.
It said that Tolkien baptized my imagination, but Steven Erikson set it free.
Exactly.
Is that something he actually said?
That is
That's
something
something
that
he
Philip
said in his
says.
top 10 series
That is
video.
such a Philip thing to say. He's like, he set it free. I could just
And it's the
tweet
most
everywhere. I
quoted
just can
thing.
picture it.
It is the most quoted sentence I've heard on BookTube, so it needs to be a bumper sticker at this point.
It's also not
I've
just,
never
not
heard
just
it. This
quoted,
is because you
but
only.
anytime anyone brings it up, anytime anyone talks about favorites or Malazan or Tolkien or whatever, Philip will say it again.
I've never heard this. I guess I just don't listen to people talk to Malazan enough, but that's a great quote.
Or you don't listen to Philip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, nobody listens to Philip.
Yeah. All too stunned by the tweed. So, Kyle, you're up.
This year I mostly either like started and finished series or continued series I had started from the year before. So I actually didn't have that many options, but this is like, one of my favorite books of the year. So it makes sense, which is the Matthew Corbett series, starting with Speaks the Nightbird by Robert McCammon. McCammon has pretty quickly become one of my favorite authors. I think I technically read 5 of his books, but in the first 4, like he just shot up into the all-timers list. I think he's incredible. Speaks the Nightbird takes place like in the late 1600s, early 1700s. It's like a murder mystery about like the Salem witch trials have just happened, and now it's kind of like people are realizing, did we overreact to that, or are there actually witches around here? And Matthew Corbett is brought into this case about whether or not there is a witch in this town, and I just thought it was so good. It's not usually a style that I like, but McCammon just did phenomenal things to get me invested, and I really, really want to continue that series. Hopefully this month.
Cool. Tori.
Well, my favorite series that I got halfway through this year that really, really surprised me, because I'm typically not a fantasy meets humor person. I'm very picky about that. But I discovered Terry Pratchett this year and read half of his Discworld City Watch, and I'm so in love with this series, you guys. Like, I haven't laughed that much in a read in years. I absolutely loved it. So City Watch, I'm 4 books in, and I will be finishing the other 4 books here in 2025. And yeah, I love the characters. It's such intelligent humor. And you can tell that it's coming from a position of somebody who loves fantasy so much and knows it so well that they can make fun of it, and it's actually funny. And just the humor with the deeper themes, and I mean, it's really, really brilliant storytelling, I think.
High five. I'm with you on that.
At first, I thought you were going to say that you'd read half of Discworld this year, and I was like, holy crap.
I read 5 Discworld books this year.
Just the City Watch.
Just City Watch, and Mort was the other one I read.
Yeah, I started City Watch. I read Gods towards the beginning of last year, and I'm up to Feet of Clay, and I'm also like, this is the perfect break from all of the serious stuff that I read.
Yep.
So starting a trend in my answers. I started and finished a trilogy by Adrian Tchaikovsky. I started and finished what's available, at least, for the Sun Eater series. But I started and did not finish yet The Tyrant Philosophers. This is City of Lost Chances, which is the first book. It is awesome. It's funny. I was thinking about it, like, on the surface, it's hard to describe it without sounding like it's been done 10,000 times before. it's a city. The whole thing takes place in the city. There's a very motley crew, although they're not really a crew. It's a motley cast of characters who are mostly all pretty dodgy. And there's some weird portally magic things going on. There's some weird haunted part of the town. There are a lot of very strange things going on in the town, and it's all focused around, essentially around the city being oppressed and occupied by a foreign power who are tyrant philosophers, which is the name of the series. They have this very specific idea about how the world should be, and they're attacking and invading everyone to make the world the way they believe it should be. And the whole thing is sort of leading up towards a revolution in this city, and it's chef's kiss. It's so good. I'm super looking forward to continuing with the series soon. So
House of Open Wounds is even better.
House of Open Wounds, everybody says the second book, House of Open Wounds, is even better. And I've already got the third book as well. So I am super ready to go. One of the things I noticed with it is it made me read slowly, which is also kind of a Malazan thing.
Yeah,
It's the structure of this is every chapter is a different character, but they're sort of circular. A lot of chapters will be about character A, and then at the end, character B is mentioned. And then the next chapter is about character B, and then character C is mentioned. And then, you know, it sort of bounces from one character to another. And it just, I really feel like he leveled up in his writing. Like the other things I've read are great, but this is something very different in a lot of ways than the way he wrote a lot of his other books. And it's so good. It's so good. I enjoy it so much.
I have been wanting to pick up this trilogy after hearing so much praise about it. I don't think I have room in my TBR this year.
Just
really
to note,
good.
it is not a trilogy.
No,
It's
What is
5
it?
books.
5.
Okay, I'm putting it off even longer.
The third book is out.
They're all
But-
standalones, Joanna. It's not really a series.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
like it's similar to Discworld in the sense of like you can pick up one book and read it, and it's telling a whole story. Like there's in the first 2 books, there's only one character that makes an appearance between the 2 books. So it's like they're just loosely connected standalones.
They're in the same world. They're connected themes and connected background stuff, but you can really read them as standalones.
And maybe I'll get to it sooner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of Sun Eater love out there.
Mhm.
Perdido love. I'm surprised that Jared hasn't read the Farseer trilogy already.
I know.
What?
That's surprising, Jared.
Jared, who are you? What is wrong
I
with you?
I haven't read it either. So I
Oh
think
my
there's
God,
a few.
I'm going to have to kick you.
I feel like you're gonna love Farseer, Kathy.
But you started it.
I
right?
think you're
I didn't like it. I started the first book and I actually DNF'd it many years ago. So I don't think she's going to be for me. Yeah.
okay.
Lots can change over the course of time.
I
Yeah.
started the second one and I didn't like that either. So yeah, I just think it's not going to work. Yeah. You never know though.
Yeah. Hello, Dom. Yes, everyone should add it to their TBR. It's really, really good. City of Lost Chances is really quite awesome.
It is good.
So, before we make this a 4-hour live stream, let's move on to question 3. The favorite series you finished in 2024? Let's start with Josh.
All right, this was a no-brainer. Kyle will agree with me. Joanna might not, but Sarantine Mosaic.
No. 17 minutes.
Me,
You need to say it.
it's me, Bridger, and Josh versus
Yeah.
Joanna and 3 people who haven't read it.
Such
so.
a
17 mosaic.
such
I'm
a
kidding.
such a
Joking.
beautiful duology, such a beautiful story. I mean, I gushed about it on my video that came out this morning, and on my award ceremony next week, I'll gush about it again. And I just loved it. I thought it was such a brilliant way to depict such huge global events told from the perspective of the people that history would not remember. And I just love the execution of it. I love how the end of it brought everything full circle. I cried at the end. I love it. And it's just my continuance of my high esteem for Guy Gavriel Kay just raises with every single book. And I'm going to talk about him more in the next 4 hours, however long we're here, because
and the longer
I could have answered Guy Gavriel Kay for just about every one of these questions, except for biggest disappointment and reread. So I've spread it around a little bit, but yeah, Sarantine Mosaic is absolutely incredible.
the longer you talk about it, the more Joanna's esteem for you is sinking. I think. I could just see her sitting there going,
I didn't hate it, but the wish fulfillment and the female characters, it was. I liked it, but it was very low on my Guy Gavriel Kay list so far.
okay.
The lowest.
All right. Let's go guys first this time. Kyle.
Okay, so the series that I finished that I liked the most, I actually was doing a thing with Books from Ben from Books from Genghis Khan, where I always read so many series and books at once. He was like, why don't you just try reading one series with me, like back to back to back, don't read anything else, and see if you like it more. And the fact that this is the one that won doesn't mean that he won. I just think it was a really good trilogy. But it was the Empire of Salt trilogy by Con Golden, who is in this going by C.F. Golden, his fantasy pen name, which I think was a bad idea. The first book is Darien, and then it's Shang, and then The Sword Saint. Incredibly breezy, ambitious trilogy. I really, really liked it. Each book is about 300 pages, so the whole trilogy clocks in at under 1,000. The way he was able to do characterization for such a wide cast of characters in that, I thought was really well done, because in the first book, you're setting up the city of Darien, and in the second book, you're setting up the city of Shang, and they're kind of like culturally opposed. And then the whole series is basically about Shang sending emissaries to Darien for a reason, and how that kind of shapes up. So he has to set up these two different like city-state nations and like the various magics and characters and political systems in them. And I just thought he did a really good job in like very economic storytelling. I really like there's like magical objects in the series. There's like a ragtag group of people that come together to like defeat this like, dictator that wants to take over the city. Just a really refreshing series, and I feel like nobody talks about it. It's very, very short, and I feel like people should give it a go.
I'm just curious that if your name is Con Golden, why would you decide to only go by your initials to write in a different genre? It's not like anyone is going to not put together a Golden.
Well, no, I think it was a bad marketing decision, because he releases a book every single year as Con Golden in the historical fiction market. Like if you go back to his start, like it's every single year, and then he released the trilogy in the same years. And I think the publishers were just like, you can't have two different genres.
No one's going to get
name
this
in the same year.
Yeah.
So they just did CF Golden. And then that trilogy did not sell. Nobody talks about it. I've never seen Con Golden talk about it anywhere. And I'm like, that really sucks, because I thought it was a hidden gem.
All right. Let's go with Bridger.
Okay. I actually have a theory about the initials and responding to what Kyle was just talking about. I've noticed this particularly in genres where female authors and female readers are becoming predominant. A lot of male authors are now adopting initials rather than their names
to sound
which
female.
is the reverse, right? Which is the reverse of historically what used to happen. It used to be that female authors would adopt initials so that male readers wouldn't know that they were female. And so the reverse seems to be happening now. It's just an observation. I don't know if that's actually what's motivating it, but I am noticing it quite a bit more than I used to. So I'll throw that out. I'm actually not going to pick my favorite series finished this year because, like Josh, it's one that will be repeated later in this list. So I will get to it. I'm going to pick the two runner-ups instead for this one. And so the first is in the science fiction genre, And it is, make sure I've got on which one is which. Yes, there we go. It's the Texcalan duology by Arcade Martin. So we have the first book, which is a, we have, actually, I've got them right. A Memory Called Empire and A Desolation Called Peace. I love this duology. And it may just be because it resonates somewhat with my own background a little bit. But it's Martin does such a great job capturing the nuances of diplomacy and what diplomats have to go through. And for me, it resonates because I used to be a diplomat. I spent several years working abroad in the diplomatic corps, and then spent almost 20 years consulting for the U.S. State Department, training their future diplomats that they would hire. So I love seeing her attention to detail, and just the story itself is a great story. I highly recommend that.
Have you read Foreigner by C.J. Cherry? Or any of them? I think there's like 16 of them now or something.
It's funny. That is the Cherry series I have not read.
Oh, okay. Because it's a
very long one.
It's a very long series, and the whole thing, the main character in the whole thing is a human who is basically alone on an alien planet.
Right.
He's the ambassador to the aliens, and he kind of goes native and alienates himself from his human heritage and all that sort of stuff. It's super interesting. And I was just thinking, with your diplomatic background, I'm a diplomat's kid, so I know what you mean.
Yeah, Foreigner has been on my TBR for decades.
It's good.
I was always a little bit daunted by how long the series is.
Yes.
But to get to my other choice in here, and this
of
is
course
in the
you have more
mystery
than
genre.
one.
I do have two. Look, I don't know how the rules work for this. I've never done this before, so I'm just going to make it up as I go along.
It's absolutely fine. We're exploding everyone's TBRs, and you're exploding more than usual.
So there is a series written by an author named Alan Bradley. He's a Canadian author, and the series is the Flavia de Luce series. It is, let's see how many. I think it's the most recent book. Well, it started in 2009 with The Sweetness at the Bottom of the Pie, and I think this is book 11 or 12, which is What Time the Sexton's Spade Doth Rust. He has these really strange titles for his novels. They are delightful mystery novels because the detective is an 11-year-old girl, although she's actually 12 in the last book, but so she ages very slightly as the series progresses. She is irreverent. She's brilliant. She's unsupervised. It seems like this is a children's book, and it can be read by children. My daughters loved this series when we introduced it to them when they were 11 or 12, around the same age as Flavia, the character. But they're actually written for adults, so it's an all ages mystery series and a lot of fun. There's some dark elements to it, a little bit of emotional complexity. Flavia has abandonment issues that she works through. There are a lot of things that are built into the story, a lot of themes and things. But at the same time, the tone of her character is just so much fun. She's the kind of person I wish I had known at that age. So
cool. And The Sweetness at the Bottom of the Pie is an awesome title. Oh my God.
Yeah. All of the books in that series have really, I wish I could say they're memorable titles, because they're actually not memorable, but they're amazing titles.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate boring titles so much. I even made a video about it once. I despise boring titles, and it's so easy to think for 5 minutes longer and come up with something more interesting. Anyway, I'll go next. As I said, the last book, my last answer was Setting a Trend. I started and finished the final architecture by Adrian Tchaikovsky. I see that my camera is also mirrored. That's better. So it's Shards of the Earth, Eyes of the Void, and Lords of Uncreation. These are space opera in the very classic sense. They are not hard sci-fi. They are pseudo-magical in places. If you love Firefly, you have to read these. If you loved Farscape, you have to read these.
Oh,
If you love a motley crew, you have to read these. They is the motliest of crews. And specifically something that Tchaikovsky does better than anyone I've ever read. Tolkien's elves are kind of like very aesthetic oriented humans. They're not really alien. Tchaikovsky writes aliens who are alien.
Definitely.
Like there are characters in the motley crew who are aliens or are robots.
Nice.
And they're hard to understand. They're hard to conceive of what exactly is going on with them. There's an alien race that plays a big part in the story where not only you, but everybody in the entire story has no idea what the fuck these guys are up to and why and what motivates them and what do they want. You know, it's like he does aliens better than anyone. And this is a universe and a story that is full of really, really interesting aliens. And just super, super interesting story itself. Amazing characters. I loved the characters and also the relationships. Like I said, it's a motley spaceship crew who a lot of them start out together. Some of them get thrown together later. There's a lot of mistrust and getting to know each other and forging bonds and that kind of thing. It's such a good series. I read this back to back, all three of them, no breaks in between. And I loved it. And I will read it again, which is pretty much my highest praise. It's rereadable.
I think
I'm
that
glad to hear that.
that
Go ahead,
series,
Tori.
especially Shards of Earth, was my highest recommended book to me last year in 2024. Like it's just been
You need to read it.
everybody.
You need to
I
read
know. Yeah.
I DNF'd
I'm
the
a-
first one before it came out because I got a misformatted arc. No. This is not. I got a misformatted arc, and so like whenever like it would do like one line, and then there'd be like a space, and like it would be like it was just formatted like crazily, and I couldn't keep it straight. And then I switched to the audiobook, but instead of starting the book over, I just picked up to how far I had gotten, and then I realized I had like picked up on none of the stuff that was happening. So I'm like 50% into the book. I'm like, I don't know who any of these people are. What's going on? I'm like, I'm just gonna have to try this again some other time. So that's my only Tchaikovsky DNF, but I still have faith that I'll like it when I try it again.
well, I'm
Matt,
a big
I'm glad to hear
fan
you talk so highly about it because it's on my TBR list for this year.
Yeah.
And it's one of the ones I'm most looking forward to getting to.
especially since it's also like Farscape, because that is one of my all-time favorite sci-fi shows. So on top of Firefly, yeah.
I mean, in my head, these books have a much higher budget than Farscape had.
Yeah.
Like the picture quality and the costumes are much better in my head than Farscape's were. Farscape was really low budget, but I love Farscape. But also just this idea you don't see very often on television in a sci-fi series a crew that's made up of aliens who actually are pretty alien.
Yeah.
You know, Worf in Star Trek is not an alien. He's just a thug, right? And yeah, there are fine points of Klingon culture and so on, but he's basically just a big tough guy. But Rigel in Farscape is a
Yeah.
flying slug.
Yeah.
Like he's kind of alien, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's such a good series. I really loved it. Highly recommended. So let's we were just talking to Kath. Go ahead, Kath.
Oh, okay. I finished a few series. I didn't have any real like standouts, though I really did like two of them. So I'm going to include them both. The first is the Passage trilogy by Justin Cronin. Yeah.
So it's
I
not
actually-
just Bridger.
Yeah, I loved the first book in particular. I didn't love quite how the series ended. The third one was not my favorite, but some of the characters are just so good. This is a post-apocalyptic story which has another element to it, I don't know if I should mention it because I don't want to give out any spoilers, but the character work is great and the writing is really good. Cronin is a very good writer. And the other one I want to mention is the Crossroads trilogy by Kate Elliott. Now, I've always liked her books, and I've had this series for a long time. It's a trilogy. It's about flying eagles, and I don't know how to describe it without spoilers. It's a very epic, grand story about this world that used to have guardians who now seem to have disappeared. And again, it has wonderful character work as well. The only thing I would say about that one is that at times it did drag a little, but I really like Kate Elliott, so I highly recommend both of these. So I can't really choose between them.
All right. Tori.
So I was very humbled by this question when I went back to my Goodreads list for 2024 because I realized that I finished a grand total of 1 series last year, and I
Hope
didn't
you don't hate
like.
it.
I
Huh?
did. So I'm not going to mention that one because
Why did you
Because I
finish it if you hated it?
the books are not long, and I wanted to finish a series because I'm not very good at that. 2025, I will be finishing quite a few more series than I have the last couple of years. But
We'll see.
so
We'll see.
I went. Hey, now I need a vote of confidence, Matt.
You definitely will. Go, Tori.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I picked a series that I'm current on, everything that has come out so far, and that is a manga, actually, and that is Spy Family. I've read everything that is currently available in English at this point, and which is like 13 volumes now, 13, 14 volumes, and I grew up on anime. I've been getting into a lot of mangas recently, and this series just has such an amazing combination of lightheartedness. It's kind of a spy adventure with also a little found family that's trying to figure out what it means to be a family.
Sorry about that. That was me. Sorry.
It's okay. And as a mom and with a young family myself, there's so many things in this manga that are incredibly wholesome and just amazing characters, really fun action on the side, and I'm having the absolute best time with this series. I love it.
Cool. Joanna.
I also didn't do the best job at series this last year, but I finished the Serentine Mosaic. I don't know if I guess that counts, right? That's what Josh's answer was.
I thought you read the Serentine Midzaic.
Oh yeah, that's the Serentine Mosaic. Correction. I'm sorry.
I'm
We don't need to
leaving
talk about
this
that
in
now.
protest.
But I did also finish a couple of other series. I finished Philip Chase's Way of Edan trilogy, and so I read the third book earlier this year. I will say that the third book was probably my least favorite in the trilogy, but I thought that the end, the last section of the book, was the best part of the whole entire trilogy. Like it was some of Philip's best writing, really strong close to that trilogy. And my other series I have to talk about that I started and finished, I was happy to see Madison in the chat mention the same, which is Aspect Emperor, the 4-book series by R. Scott Baker. This is following the Prince of Nothing trilogy, so you can't really read this series unless you read the Prince of Nothing trilogy first. But Baker continues to impress. I thought the Aspect Emperor was way better than the Prince of Nothing trilogy. And I thought the Prince of Nothing trilogy was good. But of course, as I've said many times, not for the faint of heart. Extremely bleak, extremely tragic, and many trigger warnings to be had. I would say there are actually more trigger warnings for the first trilogy, and I can understand people bouncing off of it for various reasons. But I loved Aspect Emperor because of, again, the rich character work. I thought that there were at least 3 powerhouse female characters I adored in this series, even though, again, I said it's very bleak and tragic. And I just think that Baker is on a level of his own when it comes to prose. I think his fantasy prose has an incredible amount of depth, dimension, gravitas, with confidence without being verbose. I feel like there are so many quotable sentences that are just in the writing, in the flow of his writing, that it doesn't feel like he has to put a lot of emphasis on. Um, I the series gets quite a bit complex, especially in terms of lore, history, and magic as you read on, and plot. But I was still just very impressed with it, and I'll talk more about it, I think, in a future in a future prompt. But that'll be my answer for now.
Okay, spoilers. All right. Um,
Sorry. Sorry, that's my grow lights. Sorry.
no worries.
They come on automatically.
Oh, okay. Ursa read Terra Ignota, started and finished. She beat me. I don't know if I was the one to recommend it to her, but I read the first 3 books last year. No, last year? Yeah, last year. Didn't get to the 4th one. It is fantastic what I've read of it. Shad, Last King of Osnard, good old Tad. Non-reread would be Children of Time by Tchaikovsky. Unfortunately, he started writing another one, apparently. So that series is not quite finished. But yeah, Jared read everything that was available. Navo needs to finish a series. Darko finished Dandelion Dynasty. I am really excited to get to Dandelion Dynasty finally. It's been on my shelf for 2 or 3 years now.
Until I just finished Assassin's Fate, Speaking Bones was my favorite end to a series. So,
okay. Ambergris by Jeff Vandermeer. Curious about that. Faithful and the Fallen, Mr. Gwyn for Aslan. Con Eagledon apparently wrote a book called Quantum of Tweed.
I've read it.
Is it about Philip? Is it about Philip Chase?
No.
That's disappointing. You have converted Matt Bridger. He's going to be looking
put it on mine
into
too.
Flavia. Yeah, I'm going to go back and watch this later, and it's just I'm going to have so many things on my
I have
TBR
my
that does not
Goodreads
need.
open and ready for all
Yeah.
of
yeah, me too.
Mads has shown up. She also did Last King of Osnard and Second Apocalypse, which is quite some reading. Cool. And Evie showed up. Where was it? Evie finally showed up. Our lovely mod on the Fireside Discord and the BookTube Santa, as I like to call her.
Santa. That's what I call her too.
So I'll go first on this one because I can get it out of the way really easily. I got a book from Tori called Never Let Me Go. So that was the first time I read Katsuo Ishiguro, which I loved. Yes, it's an excellent book. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed and then I went crazy because I'm a designer and I'm kind of picky about how some things look. I realized there was a series where they had done all of the sizes and covers correctly. It's the UK edition, and they all sit beautifully next to each other. They're all the same size. They have the same sort of format with variations. It's really, really nicely done. So I bought all of the Ishiguro books, and I'm working my way through in pub order. But Ishiguro was not my favorite new author discovered. I've been really enjoying his stuff, but I'm waiting for Remains of the Day. That may explode my opinion of him, which is already pretty big. I also read Robert McCammon for the first time. Colton, who is in the chat, hassled me and irritated me for months about Boy's Life. I finally fucking read Boy's Life just so that Colton would shut the fuck up. And
Let's just move on to a different book. That's it.
Boy's Life is awesome.
We all knew you'd love Boy's Life.
Everybody was like, read Boy's Life. It's really, really good. I loved it. But Robert McCammon also wasn't my favorite new author because I only read one book from him.
He's going to get through this quickly, guys.
I only read
So shocking,
one
Matt.
book. I only read one book by him.
Oh,
And I don't feel like that's enough to really say favorite new author. What I did do last year is I read 6 books or 7 by Adrian Tchaikovsky. And then I got to meet him in Berlin. And then I got to do an interview with him. and he'll also be participating in my 2024 Book Awards show next Sunday. So it's Adrian Tchaikovsky. The last 3 answers I've given were Adrian Tchaikovsky something. So yeah.
We were all collectively shocked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Didn't see it coming.
Didn't see that coming for your life. Yeah,
No.
no, obviously. So let's go. Wait, that way. Tori.
Okay, so obviously Terry Pratchett would be an easy answer for me on this because I've read 5 of his books. I have given all of them at least 4 stars, if not 5. But I wanted to highlight a newer author for this question that I will also be talking about later again. And that is, I've read a lot of debut novels, and I'm always there's so many debut novels that I read that I'm just like mind blown that it's someone's first ever novel that they published. And By Blood by Salt by J.L. Odom this year, she has experience in the Marine Corps. She was a linguist in the Middle East, and her just usually when I read a debut novel, I'm not expecting to feel like I'm in the hands of an author that I can trust immediately. And within pages of this book, she had completely won me over in terms of I knew she really knew what she was doing. Her culture, her story arcs with the characters, everything was just so incredibly vivid and rich and well written. Her prose is incredible. And she's one of those authors that I immediately read and was like, well, all the rest of us can go home now, you know? So definitely going to probably be a favorite author for me going forward. I'm reading book 2 this month.
Is book 2 out yet?
No, I got an arc.
Okay, you've shot this up. I want to read this book really soon.
Please read
awesome.
it. It's so good, you guys. She's going to be an author to watch for sure.
By Blood by Salt.
By Blood by Salt. Yep.
Cool. Kyle.
Get up.
Whoop. Bridger's gone.
Lost Bridger.
So this one was like the most difficult for me. A lot of my like new favorite authors I read like 1 book from this year, and I just want to read a lot more of them coming forward. And then so some of the other authors just fit other prompts. So there's just 2 that worked for this one. So I'm just going to say them both. One is Simon Jimenez, just to make Evie happy. I did like the other book that I'm going to say more, but I walked away more impressed with Simon Jimenez as an author from The Spear Cuts Through Water. I think he's just an absolutely phenomenal like creator of art.
Evie, I also love Simon Jimenez, but I read him in 2023.
You can remove the gun pointed at Matt too.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I just think that like it's just such an impressive book. I definitely want to reread it, and I want to read The Vanished Birds, and I will for sure be buying whatever he reads or whatever he releases next in anticipation for that. And then the other one is The Will of the Many's author, James Islington. I never read his like previous trilogy. The Will of the Many was like super hyped in 2023, and I read it this year or I guess last year now. And I like there are books that I think I maybe liked better, but like Will of the Many was the last book where I just like I had to stay reading because I'm like I cannot stop reading this book, and I just like stayed up until I finished it. Just a really, really good book. And like, I think all of the ways, like, I don't have any weaknesses to that book. Like if somebody doesn't like it as much, I could see why, but like for me, it just totally worked on all cylinders. And, I'm super excited to keep following James Islington's career.
I can tell you, I haven't read Will of the Many, so I don't know from that, but I bounced off his first trilogy in the first book. I read the first book. It was
I hear that a lot. I have them sitting over there, and I do want to read them, but I just hear from like literally everyone that he's so much better now, and I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to feel about the first.
The first book, The Shadow of What Was Lost. It was okay, but when I finished it, I wasn't like, oh yeah, I've got to get to the next one. You know, it just it was all right. Anyway, Joanna.
Oh, I have like 5 different answers for this question.
Uh-oh.
But I'll just narrow it down to 3. Oh goodness. That's hard.
Bridger, you are apparently contagious.
Yeah, you're getting
Yeah.
us all honorable
I
mention
mean,
me.
seriously, I read so many good authors for the first time this last year, like Ken Liu and Clara Keegan. But the three I would choose, if I had to choose three, would be Ursula K. Le Guin, because I read The Dispossessed and The Word for World is Forest. And what I learned from that is that, one, I love a book that explores dual societies, but I love the way Le Guin does it. I feel like Le Guin specifically does it with so much. She does it with so much intention, with so much nuance. She really gets you to think, and she adds a lot of ambiguity. I should put that because, of course, The Dispossessed, the subtitle is An Ambiguous Utopia, which makes me feel like I read a different book than some people, Alan, from the Library of Alexandria. But I really love that book. And then the second author that I have to mention is, so number 2 is going to be David Mitchell, because I read The Bone Clocks, thanks to Jimmy from the Fantasy Network. And I read his book, Slade House, which was a recommendation from John from Talking Story, who's also a big David Mitchell fan. And both books showcase David Mitchell's gift for writing little vignette stories that tie together. And I understand Cloud Atlas does a similar thing, but he does such a brilliant job of giving you characters in different decades as the story progresses. And he makes every character so well realized, informed by the time in which they're living, their society, their gender, all these different aspects, but also just makes them feel like they're coming off the page in such a believable way. And so I think he's gifted for that. I think he is the writer for the character-driven reader. I think his writing is brilliant. Honestly, The Bone Clocks was the only book this last year that managed to both make me laugh out loud and cry. I had to put the book down because my eyes got so blurry. And then the number one favorite author that I discovered in 2024, Ishiguro. I would hold up Clara and the Sun, but my husband's reading it right now, and it makes me so happy because he's connecting to it in all the ways that I connected to it. But I did read Clara and the Sun and Never Let Me Go, which I understand are his more quasi sci-fi type of stories. Of course, it's a little more lit sci-fi, I suppose, but I was blown away by how much Ishiguro is able to say with so few words, and how much he can get you to feel with so little, like with not overstating things, and the touches of melancholy and the existential aspects to his stories. I just love this author so much right now, at least based on 2 books. And like you, Matt, I'm going to be reading The Remains of the Day, I think next month, if not in March. And I am predicting it might be a book of the year if it lives up to the hype and my expectations. So I gotta probably tame my expectations for that book, but
I might reread it with
really
you guys. I've been wanting to reread it, so
I'm really
I can also
excited.
recommend his first 2 books. Like when I read Never Let Me Go, and then I bought the whole collection, I decided to read in pub order,
Mhm.
and I went back to A Pale View of Hills, which is his first book, and then An Artist of the
Giant.
Floating World,
Mhm.
and then Remains of the Day is my next one. And both of those, I would say probably A Pale View of Hills, maybe more than, just for me, An Artist of the Floating World. But they are both really, really good. I've heard that Remains of the Day blows them away, but from what I've read, I'm liking him a lot.
Well, I am planning to read every single Ishiguro book. So I know that I've been buddy reading them with Murphy and Jimmy, and I know Jimmy's already read Remains of the Day. It was his book of the year last year, but I am very excited to continue that journey. I'm going to read every single one. And the range he has as an author is one of the biggest reasons that I really wanted to get to him. And I feel like I can already see some aspects of that just in the 2 books I read.
Yeah, the 3 books I've read are feels totally different.
Yeah. Although I have noticed a sort of kind of pattern. All 3 books that I've read of his so far have a story where it's not clear what the main thing is that's going on. It's kind of hidden in the background. And then you hit it in the last quarter and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And I knew, by the way, with Never Let Me Go, I knew what it was. I was already spoiled for it, and I still love the book. So
yeah.
But he's so good at
Matt,
that. He's so good at giving you just as much as you need to carry you on in the story and make you more curious and want to turn the page and find out more.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Matt, have you read The Unconsoled?
No, not yet. Like I said, I'm just reading in pub order at the moment. The only one I read out of order was Never Let Me Go because Tori was sweet enough to send it to me. And then I just went back to the beginning.
Okay.
And
The Unconsoled it's a departure for him. I mean, in some respects, it actually fits the pattern you were just describing because you do spend a lot of the book trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. I mean, there's an unreliable narrator in that book that's really unreliable. And it's, for me, it's the one Ishiguro book I have not liked. Okay. But I know many people do like it. But for me, it was just a little too disjointed, just the way the narrative was structured. So I hope that you both, Matt and Joanna, enjoy it more than I did. But I'm a big Ishiguro fan.
Yeah, no, I love everything I've read so far. We should move on. We're an hour and a quarter in, and we're on question 4, and we have 11 questions. So let's tone back the Bridgerism, everyone, not just Bridger. And let's move on maybe a little snappier. Although I could discuss this stuff for 5 or 6 hours, no problem. But I think some of you probably have some things to do at some point and can't stay the entire day. So we were going like that. So Josh.
So the teacher in me follows the direction. So I only have one answer for all of these. So I'll always keep it going forward. So Joanna didn't like my last answer, but I know she's going to love the next answer because this is a book she recommended for me that became the new author that I discovered in 2024. And actually, Matt and Evie, it was when we did our TBR challenge. And the book that she picked for me was Sword of Kaigen. And ML Wong is a new favorite for me. I like this one enough that I ordered a special edition of The Blood Over Brighthaven, which is her next book. But I really loved how different the storytelling was in here. The plotting is kind of unorthodox, where there's a whole lot of falling action, and there's so much unexpected in here that I thought was well done. And Kathy mentioned Justin Cronin earlier. There's one aspect to ML Wong's writing that reminds me of Cronin. I think one thing both of those authors do really well that I love when they do it, another one that does it really well is Steven Erikson. I love authors that make you care about characters without making it obvious that you care about the characters. Like they can just very subtly cause you to connect to the characters. And that's what I really enjoyed most about Sword of Kaigen, that I didn't realize that I was connected to these characters until something big happened and then was emotional on it. So ML Wong, I mean, just one book in was my favorite that I've discovered this year. And I definitely look forward to reading more by her as soon as that next special edition from, I think it's a Broken Binding I ordered. Yeah, that's where that one's coming from. So hopefully soon, because I really enjoyed Sword of Kaigen. So thank you, Joanna, for that answer there.
I'm so glad you liked it. I honestly still think about that book so many years later.
I have 4 copies of that book.
I've heard from almost no one that they didn't like it. I remember someone said they didn't like it. I don't remember.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. You're going to bring all the people that are like, actually, it's the worst book I've ever read. Like,
there are a lot of people who don't like it.
Yeah.
It's not a perfect book, but I still think that what it does
What is a perfect book?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, other than Malazan Book of the Fallen.
I was going to say Dead House Gates, but
the all 10 books are one book. It's in the title. So, yeah. Anyway, speaking of Malazan, Kathy.
You answered me. You answered for me, I should say. Yeah. My favorite new author is obviously Steven Erikson.
Who else?
I did not expect that. I did not expect to love the book so much as I do. And it's been a very long time since an author has really affected me. I don't know why, but I just connect with his books on so many levels. And I have not been disappointed in one, and I've read 6. Every single book just adds to my love for his writing, for his characters, for this incredible detailed world that he's created. I don't think I've read any world that matches it. It is just so unique. Plus also all the themes that he raises about human nature, about compassion, about war, about friendships, about loyalty, betrayal. I mean, it's the whole package for me. So yeah, he's my favorite author that I've discovered in 2024.
It's a good thing, Kath, because people who don't like Erickson tend to mysteriously disappear from the Fireside Discord. I don't know why.
I just made it by the hair on my chinny chin chin.
Yeah, Kyle's on the list, but yeah. Cool. Of course, I'd love to hear that. Bridger.
All right, I'm going to prove that I can exercise
select one book.
self-discipline. I have one.
Oh my God!
Although this is one author. So
what did you do with the real Bridger?
While we were all talking, he was just scribbling out everybody else.
So this is actually the answer to the previous question too, the one that I said I'm going to give you the runner-ups. So this is an author who I believe only wrote one trilogy, and that's it. He wanted it to actually extend to 4 or 5 books, but he got into a dispute with his publisher, and well, he never wrote another book after the first 3.
Wow.
The trilogy is not, they're linked. I mean, they have the same characters that run throughout them, but you can read each of the books independently. They don't have to be read in order. It's not one long narrative. And the author is Barry Huart. And he wrote 3 novels that have been collected in an omnibus that's titled The Chronicles of Master Li and Number 10 Ox.
Oh, I have heard of this.
Yeah, no, I have heard of it. Yeah.
Brilliant. It is so much fun. It is. So Huart he loved Chinese history. He loved Chinese mythology. He is someone who really was fascinated by it. And these novels are an homage to that. And he borrows a lot of elements from Chinese culture and Chinese history, and then he just remakes them and does so very cleverly with a lot of love, but he's also poking fun at it at the same time. I mean, it's so Master Li is an ancient scholar who's also an alcoholic. He's a lush, a drunk. He's a reprobate. He's also at various points in time been an assassin. He's multi-skilled, and he's enlisted in the first book to help a small village find an antidote to a poison that has poisoned all of the children in this rural village. And so he goes off on a quest with one of the villagers, Number 10 Ox. And there are all kinds of escapades, and the tone has elements of Jack Vance. It has elements of really fantastical things. There are caper elements to it. It's delightful. I don't know how, I can't tell you how much fun I had reading these novels. So I wish he had written more, but I'm really glad. I actually discovered him years ago, but I never read him because I just didn't know much about him. And I'd heard a little about him. The first book in this trilogy, Bridge of Birds, was nominated for Hugo or Nebula, I forget. And I think it actually won the World Fantasy Award back when it was published in 1984. So these 3 street novels were published between 1984 and I think 1991 or 92. So they've been around a while. So I was aware of them, never read them, finally read them this year. I'm so glad I did. So I highly recommend it.
As I said, I hate a boring title, and I've wanted to read The Adventures of Master Li and Number 10 Ox ever since I heard the title, knowing nothing about it, just because I was like, that sounds fun.
Right. Yeah. And that's the title of the omnibus.
Right.
So the 3 novels are Bridge of Birds, The Story of the Stone, which is actually a call out to one of the 4 great Chinese works of literature, The Story of the Stone, even though it doesn't really borrow much from it, but it is a call out. And then the 3rd novel is 8 Skilled Gentlemen. So they were published in paperback editions, decades ago.
Right.
But only recently have you been able to get them in the hardcover omnibus.
Cool.
PBR.
Exactly. I'm going to go through some comments. Derry made it. Late, but not forgotten. Ron was also late because of hockey. Ursa surprises no one, saying that her new favorite author is Ada Palmer, who wrote the Terra Ignota series. No, Evie, you wrote too soon. Yes, it was Adrian Tchaikovsky. Max Garfield, Ted Williams, Christopher Rocchio, and R. Scott Baker. Apparently, Bridgerism is also catching in the chat. Jared, Simon Jimenez. Yeah, good pick, no question. GGK, plenty of GGK going on in the chat.
I have to read GK this year.
Yeah,
That's
I read Tigana and the Fianovar Tapestry, which are very different than everything else I think he's written. I
I've
read
got
those quite a while ago.
I've had it for like 30 years. It's about time I read it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Another Adrian Tchaikovsky and another Simon Jimenez. Also not surprising, although it sounds like Simon's only saying it so that Evie won't kill him. Speaking of Evie, Emily Henry, which she canceled later because she apparently started reading Emily Henry in 2023. But Mervyn Peake, Evie read Gormenghast recently. Greg Hurwitz, who I've never heard of, but I bet Bridger has.
I've read the Orphan X series.
There you
go.
I knew it.
It's good, sort of ridiculous spy thriller, assassins and things. It's well done.
Okay.
But it's a very specific type of story that is very action oriented and probably will be made into a movie or a series on Netflix at some point.
Okay.
Starring Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Starring Chris Pratt. Another Tchaikovsky. So I wasn't counting, but I think Tchaikovsky won and GGK came in second. I'm going to decide that that's what happened. We are being called a stellar cast, and especially good to see Catherine Bridger. I agree. There's another Tchaikovsky that definitely pushes him over the GGK account.
Well,
No question. Thornall is liking us apart from the fact that we read cool stuff. That's nice of him. Slumpy Smurf finally decided to join us, and she was taking a nap. You didn't miss anything, Anita. We didn't say anything interesting. We were holding it back until you got here. Britain pub regular is here. Josh gets gold star apparently for I think Sword of Kagan was what that's for. And Shad disappeared from the fireside because he doesn't like Malazan. I think that's what he's saying.
oh, we have Kyle representing you. So.
Yeah,
I like Malazan.
yeah.
Oh,
but
you
only
do?
Go
I
just-
thought you said. Oh, you
go
just
check
don't
my
like the
ratings.
fandom.
I'm not
You
sure
like
you
fandom.
like it enough, though.
That's why I'm on the bubble. You know.
Exactly. You're like at the bottom. You're almost dropping.
I have
off the
Midnight
upside.
Tide sitting here staring me in the face every time I come down here, and I just haven't started it.
Perfect.
Have you
Story
read
of
them
my
all?
life.
No, just the first 4.
Okay.
So he's even behind you, Kath. I probably should kick him off the fireside, to be honest.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
I mean, how long has it been, Kyle?
I'm kidding.
I didn't read Malazan at all in 2024. Bookborn and I did that like read along for the first 3, and
Right.
then she was like, each of these novels take me a decade to read. I'm out, and I'm like, I'm gonna continue, but I didn't really like House of Chains as much, so I haven't prioritized.
Didn't like House of. Okay, we're not going to stop. We're not gonna stop.
we have things to do. Questions.
We have more
Let's
questions.
go on. Let's go on.
So, favorite new character of 2024. Let's do ladies first. Tori.
Okay, so obviously I'm going to pull in the City Watch here because I adore these characters so much. I can't stop thinking about them, and I love spending time with them every time I start listening to one of the audiobooks. And it came down to, of the giant motley crew that is the City Watch, 3 characters: Carrot, Sergeant Detritus, and Nobby Knobs are my top 3 characters of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carrot being on probably my number one if I had to pick one.
Everyone
Right.
loves carrot. You can't
Carrot's
help it.
You can't help
I
but
love
pick.
detritus a lot, though. I really love detritus a
Me
lot.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
He's my barbarian. I love him so much.
Although the new watch member as of Feet of Clay, who I won't name for spoilers, is also way up there.
Also good.
Yeah.
They're all
Yeah.
good. Let's be honest. All
Exactly.
They're all so
Exactly.
good.
Yeah.
And speaking of Kath,
Me? Sorry.
answer.
Okay. My favorite new character. You know, that's hard. But I would say there's two. There was Sister in Swan Song, who really stood out for me. This very strong female character who, yeah, I'm all for that. So she was definitely a favorite. And there is Fiddler from Malazan. I just adore him, especially after Bone Hunters. Oh my God, yes, he's kind of the everyday character. Like he is just a regular soldier, but there's just so much to him more than just being a soldier. He's also such a very stoic character in many ways. He's surrounded by all these other characters who have all these abilities, and he doesn't really, except for casting the deck, I think. And I just think he's amazing. So yeah, I adore him. So they're my two.
All right. And Joanna.
I'm going to stick to one, which is hard because I feel like I was introduced to so many amazing characters this last year. And I wonder if Neil share my favorite character or not. Matt, maybe not. I don't know. But it's Gus from Lonesome Dove. I just loved Gus. He's such a fascinating character because he's very extroverted and very jovial on the surface. But then you pick back the layers and then you realize that he's so much more empathetic. He's so much more attuned to his environment and to people than he lets on. And I just love that he won't shut up sometimes, but it's like part of his charm. So he just won me over. I loved that character. I just felt for him throughout the book. And I don't know. I mean, some of it might be informed by the fact I saw the miniseries of Lonesome Dove when I was a kid, or at least some of it. But I love that character. He stands out to me in all the books I read this last year.
Do you have Robert Duvall in your mind when you read the book now?
Probably, but it was a long time ago when I saw that series. So
I super don't picture Robert Duvall. Like I found out about the casting after reading the book, and I'm like, press X to doubt because I'm not in. I'm still gonna watch the miniseries, but it does not fit my mental picture at all.
Yeah, it's hard for me to know because I was so young. I was like 9 years old when I saw that series. I remember how emotional I was when I watched the series, watching his character, but I don't really remember the series that well. So, but he just came off the page though for me when I read the book this last year.
That was a read along with quite a lot of us. I definitely don't picture Robert Duvall because I grew up mostly in Australia and don't remember ever seeing any filming of Lonesome Dove. I'm sure they were shown in Australia, but like when I was there, when I was a kid, I didn't see it. I've never seen them. So didn't really pick it up in my head. But because Joanna referenced me, I will go next. It's not Gus, Augustus McCrae, although he is amazing, no question. I'm just like too damn Tchaikovsky focused from 2024, but my favorite character I ran into in 2024 was Ollie from the Final Architecture. Ollie was born, I don't remember the exact description, but she's got like one extremely short arm. She's got no arm on the other side. I think her legs are also kind of stunted and kind of basically her body is close to useless. And she is inside machines. She has this, because she's so sort of disassociated from her physical body, she has this amazing ability to connect to and run machines. And she's an engineer and she builds these machines that she then inhabits. And she's got like a work machine and she's got the Scorpion, which is kind of a fighting machine and whatever. And she swaps constantly between different mechanical bodies, and she's angry at the entire world and has, I think, quite an amazing journey, like coming out of that and not only being angry at the entire world or the entire universe because it's science fiction. Yeah, no, she's really, really, really interesting, and she's also. I always have a soft spot for any character that just absolutely refuses to give up, and that's Ollie. Yeah, she's absolutely unstoppable, and no matter what happens, she's still angry and wants to fight. It's pretty amazing. So
I thought you were going to say Rex.
It was really hard not to say Rex because Rex is such a good dog.
Rex is a good dog.
But yeah, Rex is from Dogs of War by Adrian Tchaikovsky, which I also read and is an amazing book. But maybe Rex was a bit too alien for me. I'm not sure. Rex is very lovable. I loved Rex totally and has an amazing journey. But Ollie, I could just relate to Ollie more, even though I have my arms and legs and so on. But she's just a really, really cool character. So, Kyle.
So I have two, but one I can't talk about at all because of spoilers. So I'll just say the character and the series, and the people who know will know. The Fitz and the Fool trilogy, the character B. That's all I'm saying about it. If you know, you know. Incredible character, top tier. I'll hurt anybody who hurts that character. But we will have our first repeat answer of the night, I think, here, and this shows how much Joanna, just like after like me not agreeing with her about Lord of Emperors, just dismisses that I'm around, because my favorite character of the year besides is also Gus McCall, who is an absolute incredible character. I echo all the things that Joanna said, and just such a deep character that on the surface feels like could be a caricature, but then, you know, just more and more comes out about that character. So fascinating, and is not Robert Duvall in any way.
I love it. I'm so happy now.
So, Josh.
So this question, when I saw the prompt, initially I thought that's impossible. Like, it's impossible to pick my favorite character. And then I thought about it for about 30 seconds as I started thinking about the things I've read. And as soon as this character popped into my mind, I didn't even have to think and go through anything else I read, because I knew I had the right answer. And that is Karsa from House of Change.
I knew it. Witness.
I mean, first of all, I love that in that book, Erickson stays with him for a quarter of the book. So just different kind of storytelling, but just kind of the journey you go through with this character. You initially meet him, and then you probably at some point don't like him or even hate him. And that's how I felt at some point. And right now I'm at the point where not only was he my favorite character in that book, he's my favorite character in the series. I'm wondering why everyone talks about Animander Rake and all this stuff, and they're not talking about Karsa, because there were so many memorable scenes from that book with this character that were just incredible. And he's not just favorite character this year. I mean, he's a favorite character, period. I've never made a video for that, but I'm sure he'd be like a top 10.
I can way passes Rake, in my opinion, too.
I can tell you why a lot of people talk about Animander Rake
as well. Yeah,
I can absolutely tell you why so many people talk about Animander Rake, because so many people only read 3 books.
Yeah.
They just don't get to Karsa. Karsa's in the 4th book.
Yeah.
And,
or they DNF during Karsa.
Or they hate Karsa so much at the beginning they jump. Yeah.
Well, and I think Rake is also a very like visually obviously cool character, question mark, and then but there's like, dare I say, not as much behind that as some of the other.
He's an edgelord.
The Rake heads are coming for you now, Tori.
Totally.
He's an edgelord who gets a lot more depth in the later part of the series. Yeah. Anyway, Bridger.
Well, this is another one of those questions where I could have answered Master Lee from Master Lee and Number 10 Ox, because Master Lee is such a fun character. But I'm not going to pick that one because I want to spread the love around. And so I'm going to go with Davy. It's the title character from Davy, a 1964 novel by Edgar Pangborn. It's a post-apocalyptic dystopian novel. I mean, I characterize it as a hybrid of John Wyndham's The Chrysalids, Russell Hoban's Ridley Walker, only not quite as extreme in terms of the language, in terms of being able to actually understand what's going on the page. And Henry Fielding's Tom Jones. This is a bawdy, I mean, BAWDY novel featuring a young man who is just going off on an adventure in a very, very, very dysfunctional and relatively primitive New England part of what formerly the United States, but the New England states have become very fragmented and they're warring against one another, and they're not even the same states anymore. They're little small, tiny kingdoms, and some are democracies and some are other types of political structures. And there is so much strangeness and at the same time, philosophizing and social commentary and allegory built into this novel. It was a Hugo Award nominee, didn't win, but it is well worth reading. It's not going to be for everybody, but it is very fun, very strange, and Davy is unique because he's not well educated, but he wants to be educated. And so he's not terribly literate in how he communicates, but he's also very thoughtful in ways that seem surface level, but actually are much deeper than it at first appears. And he just has a rollicking good time. And he has a way with women. Maybe I'll put it that way. This is like I said, this is a bawdy novel, not going to be for everybody, but he is such a memorable character. And I'll be talking about him more in an upcoming video.
Of course you will.
I'm embarrassed that I haven't read the 3 books that you referenced. I haven't read The Chrysalids or the other 2, but
I haven't even
sounds
heard of most of the books that Bridger mentioned.
I've only heard of The Chrysalids.
I read half of Tom Jones by Fielding. That one I have read. Yeah. But I didn't
That's a
get
classic literature. Yeah, that one goes back to the 18th century. So that's an old one.
Yeah. I saw it in a movie. I found a lot of books just by the films that I watched. I'd realized that they must be based on something, and then I'd go research them and find out, oh, it is a book. Yeah.
Again, go through some of the comments. Apparently, Derry gave you a gold star, not for Sword of Kaigen, but for only picking one book. Ryan also noped Adam Malazan. Weak. Casa Orlong getting some love in the chat. Arathon from Wars, Light and Shadow. That's interesting. I just started Wars, Light and Shadow last week. And Arathon is interesting so far. Yeah, I'm still early in the books. Nobby Knobs, Gus. I think Gus won in the chat. Sister getting some love in the chat as well. Another Gus love post. Another one. Britain was Britain in the read along with us, or he read it? He was in with us. He just read it slower or started later or something. Yeah,
he was in our discussion too.
Yeah, that's right. Siddhartha from Lord of Light, which I love because that was my book of the year 2 years ago. I really, really loved that. Another Gus vote.
I like Gus, but Dietz absolutely takes the cake for me.
Dietz was a great character.
Dietz was an amazing character. You didn't get it nearly as much of Dietz,
right?
But the little bits you got expressed a lot. Yeah.
Yep.
Dungeon Crawler Carl, El McGibbon. Supporting character, non-slip socks. Another DCC reference, Princess Donna. Character that's definitely not likable but very interesting is Mycroft Kenner. He's the unreliable narrator in Terra Ignota because
Just
it's
started
Ursa
that book.
and Ursa only talks about Terra Ignota, at least in 2024, which is understandable because it's amazing. I really need to finish that series. Some Black Company love. Goblin and One Eye, I would agree, are pretty awesome.
They are.
I faked out apparently a number of people by not picking Rex. Rex is a very good dog, but Ollie is, Ollie's hard to beat. Frederick Fletcher from Fred the Vampire, which I've never even heard of.
I read the first book last year.
Only the first book.
The humor was not my was not my taste, but I have friends that are big fans. So,
and here comes the Fitz Farseer love. Had to be in there somewhere. Also, from The Bound and the Broken, Aeson and Dane. Haven't read those, but I know they're popular. Motherfucking Stormwall. I don't know what that is.
That is a Wind and Truth character. It's also like very minor, so it's like a very like I think that character's in like 4 paragraphs. So
okay, it's an edge take.
It is a cool character, though. I agree with you, Daniel, that they're cool.
Derry is agreeing with you on B. B is to be loved. Fitz is a precious character. Fitz needs to stop blaming himself for everything. Yeah, but the thing is, Derry, everything is actually his fault. He's broken and needs all the hugs. Colton is with you on Casa. Casa. Rake is nowhere near as important in the series as people think. That's true. That's true. More Casa love. I'm not sure if Casa maybe won that, because I think Nabo is also agreeing with Casa. So I think Casa might have won that. And let's move on to our next question. Da-da. Biggest surprise of 2024. Let's start with Bridger this time.
Okay. I have one book. So I'm trying to be efficient here.
Very good.
And this is another
actually let me just really quickly say, if any of you need to strictly jump at any time, just do it, and we'll just continue with whoever's left. This is obviously going to take a bit of time because we're only on question 6. So if you have a strict deadline, just wave and drop. That's fine. Yep. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm going to continue my trend of picking obscure titles, and this might be the most obscure of all of them. And it's part of this massive read I'm doing of apocalyptic and post-apocalyptic fiction for an upcoming video. Doing a history of apocalyptic fiction. So one of the books that I read was one I'd only just learned about maybe a couple of years ago. It was published in 1939. It's called The Hopkins Manuscript by R.C. Sheriff. This book, I did not go in with high expectations. I didn't think it would be bad, but I just thought, okay, it's kind of old-fashioned in its writing. It's like a mashup of H.G. Wells and P.G. Wodehouse, if you can imagine that. So you have the science fiction elements of H.G. Wells, which are not entirely realistic, and the writing style is written, the framing device is, it's a found manuscript that's discovered 700 or 800 years in the future after a massive cataclysmic event has occurred. And that event is the moon crashes into the earth, literally, causing widespread devastation, disruption. I mean, it's apocalyptic. 800 years later, there's this manuscript that's discovered, written by the character who's essentially telling this story in his first person memoir. He is a self-absorbed former schoolmaster who's retired and set himself up on a little country estate, not a big one, just a small country estate, where he is an amateur astronomer and he loves raising prize-winning poultry, like chickens. And he is obsessed with raising prize-winning chickens. Now, doesn't that just sound like a masterpiece? I mean, does that make you think this is something I really want to read and I'm going to enjoy? Yeah, I went into it with low expectations. Boy, did I have fun with this book. It's not the greatest book that I read last year, but it far surpassed my expectations because it does work as a comedy of manners, a la Woodhouse. But there's a whole allegorical subtext to this that becomes more apparent as you read it, because this was written in 1939. This was the eve of World War II. The author is British, and it's set in Britain. And this is written as a warning to the British public to wake up, pay attention to what's going on the continent, that war is coming, and the British public was so obsessed with trivialities, with maintaining their comfortable lifestyle at home, that they really were missing the big picture, that things were about to get really, really bad, and they need to prepare and they need to start thinking about that. And that's the subtext throughout this. This is a shot across the bow of the British public saying World War II is coming and you need to do something about this. You need to be ready. So it is an old-fashioned type of book, but it was far more enjoyable than I ever expected it to be. So I will be recommending it in a future video.
All right.
Once again, I added that to my TBR, so thank you for making me suffer like that, Bridger.
Once again, Bridger names a book I've never heard of.
Well, I'd never heard of it too until a couple of years ago. So this was an obscure one.
Just looking it up right now, it does seem like it's getting renewed like marketing because of that Netflix movie Don't Look Up. Like, I guess it got re-released because the blurb says a newly discovered novel published from 1939 or whatever. So I think they tried to remarket it based on the success of that movie, which maybe takes inspiration from it.
Could be. Yeah, there was a new edition was released a couple of years ago, which is how I found out about it. It was only when it was reissued, put back in print, that it came to my attention.
All right, let's go with Josh.
So my biggest surprise is probably not a surprise for any of you that follow my channel. This was a book that I originally did not finish, and it took me some time to try again and kind of have the courage to do it again, because I was not having a very good time with it the first time.
But finally you saw sense.
I saw sense, and I had a vlog called From DNF to 5 Stars for Memories of Ice by Steven Erikson. So this is my biggest surprise, not because I went going into that vlog. Obviously, my expectations were, I wouldn't say low, but they're at least very tempered, where I thought that, okay, chances are I could DNF again, or maybe I finish it and just realize Malazan isn't for me. I didn't expect to love it. I didn't expect it to have the emotional heft to it that ending of that book did. Everything about the book just kind of blew me away. And it was easily my biggest surprise because I went in with such even to low expectations, and I ended up loving it. And then, here I am. I'm fully on board with this series. I'm even reading one of the Esselon books next year. So Memories of Ice, definitely my very pleasant surprise from 2024. I'm so glad that I decided to pick it back up, because I almost didn't. It had been like 15 months or something like that from the DNF. So I almost considered like just not trying again. So I'm glad I did, because it's fantastic.
You cannot imagine how happy that makes me. And not only because I now do not have to conspire with Joanna to kick you off the Fireside Discord as a host. Like it warms my heart whenever anybody falls in love with Malazan.
For whatever hate I might direct the Malazan fandom, you can forgive me perhaps by the fact that I was one of the first people. Like as soon as Josh DNF'd, I was like, listen, I really think in a different time you might like this book. And I'm not saying that I
100%.
swayed him, but I did be right about it. So
You did. You planted the seed, and you were 100% right about that, because it was just, I was reading it at the wrong time. I was way too busy with work and life to have the mental focus to be able to read something that dense. So 100% true.
I think I said something similar too. I think sometimes if you feel unsure after a book, it's good with Malazan specifically to take some time and then see, is that calling to you again? Are you still thinking about things? Because Malazan has a way of doing that. It has a way
Yeah.
of creeping up on you when you least expect it at sometimes. And then sometimes it just floors you with the emotional heft, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a series that you can't really read at the wrong time. It really doesn't work.
Right.
You know, some things you can kind of plow through, but it has to be the right time. Otherwise, Malazan's just not going to work that well. Tori.
Okay, so this one for me was a book I read in December. I've been slowly reading all of the self-published fantasy blog off Spiffbo winners over the just kind of as I get to them. And this year I picked up one called Orconomics by J. Zachary Pike. And I knew it was very D&D inspired. I was honestly going into it just being like, I'm not really expecting to love this. It's going to be fine. I'll read it, then I'll have read it, and then I'll check off the box kind of thing. And it's basically like a has-been dwarvish warrior gets pulled into a group of heroes that are all in various stages of trouble with the law or with their sect or whatever, and sent on a mission. And the whole series is basically exploring the dynamics of that party, but also the socioeconomic structure of what it would actually look like if D&D hero parties were part of a culture, which I thought was a really interesting take, and it's very funny. So that was another satire that really surprised me, or humor-based book that really surprised me this year. But it also has a lot of very deep themes. There's a character that struggles with self-harm. That's one of the most intense depictions of it I think I've ever seen, but I think he did a pretty good job with it overall. So it's like, it was this weird, it was really funny and had me laughing out loud, but also a chapter later, it was this really heavy, there's important things that we're working through here. And it really surprised me how much I loved it.
I ran a very short D&D campaign years ago that started with, you've killed the dragon, you've gathered its gold. Now let's go back to town and deal with all of the economic consequences of that. And it was like the economy collapsed because there was suddenly so much currency there, and there was theft all over the place and so on. It was a whole story based just around sort of the economy is totally screwed. What do we do?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Joanna.
All right. Oh, this was so hard again. I already have I have a few runners up. I'll just quickly mention one, and I hope this makes Kindles and Kicks happy, because I did read Kindred by Octavia Butler quite a few years ago now, and it's one of my favorite books. And by the way, check out Kindles and Kicks review of that book. It's amazing. But Dawn by Octavia Butler was awesome. I loved this book. I picked this up thanks to my friend Whitney from Secret Sauce to Storycraft. It really blew me away. Ubik by Philip K. Dick. I'd never read Philip K. Dick before, and I wasn't sure I would be the right audience for Philip K. Dick. And while the female characters in that kind of fell short, they were just written in a not very nuanced way. I really enjoyed that story. I loved the imagination, the zaniness, the quirkiness to it. I loved the time travel aspect of that. But my number one biggest surprise, which didn't make my top 10, is going to be Solaris by Stanislaw Lem. And I fortunately picked up the translation by Bill Johnston, thanks to Bridger and friends in the Fireside Discord who helped me navigate which one to pick up, because there are a couple of different Solaris translations out there. And the one that's more widely available, like that you find at Barnes and Noble, is twice translated. It's translated from Polish to French to English, whereas the Bill Johnston is much more straightforward from Polish to English. But this book is trippy, it's psychedelic, and yet it's not. Its surreal aspects still feel grounded when you're in this psychologist perspective. He's on this planet called Solaris that's very trippy, that's very conscious, and it doesn't operate in the same kind of conscious way that humans do. And that is one of my favorite ways of exploring consciousness, when you can explore it in a way that's not anthropomorphized, which is impossible to do in some ways because authors are human. But I think that Stanislaw Lem pulled it off. So this book was it was beautifully written. There was one part I didn't like, but the end was also so perfect, in my opinion. It stayed with me all year. So Solaris by Stanislaw Lem. Yes.
All right, Kath.
Okay. I don't think it's any surprise that it was Malazan, or maybe I should say Gardens of the Moon. That is, well, I just didn't expect to love it as much as I did, but I've already spoken about that. So I'm going to actually mention another book, and I shouldn't take too long, I don't think. It is The Rats by James Herbert, which is not in itself a great book, but it was the very first audio book that I listened to completely. So I was really surprised that I could actually like an audio book and enjoy the book, actually take it in. It's very pulpy, very similar in style to King. He was writing about the same time, but he's a British author, and I do like horror, so that was fun. But I just loved that I enjoyed the audio so much, because every other time I've tried, I was unsuccessful. So that was my biggest surprise for 2024.
I had the same experience, I think, 2 years ago. I had tried audio at different points in my life and always kind of been like, eh. And I think it was actually Kyle because Kyle listens to things on 18 times speed on audiobooks.
I just recently got to 19 times.
Oh, well, okay. When you get to 20, you unlock an achievement and they send you a gold plaque to put on your wall.
Yeah.
Kyle was talking about audiobooks and I think we got in an argument, as we do. But eventually I was like, actually, I think I'm just being kind of stiff and not checking things again. And I may as well do that. And I listened to the whole War for the Rose Throne by Peter McLean on audiobook and loved it. And since then, I'm still picky about when I will listen to audiobooks. If I sit at home and listen to audiobooks, I fall asleep. I have to be doing something, or I was doing it like when I was commuting, and that worked really well, but I don't commute anymore. So anyway.
I didn't know that I participated in changing your mind. That's good. This is why you argue, folks, because, change and all that.
Exactly. This is why Kyle almost only argues. So speaking of Kyle.
So this one I have to shout out Jake for, because this book, I had heard of it. I knew vaguely what it was, but I don't think if you gave me 500 books to read in a row, it would have even been in consideration for one of them. And Jake randomly read it, and his reactions in Discord were so strong to it that I immediately, that night, got it from my library and then read it all the next day and had the same basic experience, which is A Monster Calls by Patrick Ness. It is a middle grade novella that was released a few years ago. A writer friend of Patrick Ness's had an idea, and then she had tragically died from cancer. So before she died, she told Patrick Ness the story and said, I give this story to you, if you can do something with it. So he published her story, he wrote it, but it was an idea from her. Took maybe 2 hours to read. Just breathtakingly good. It is so powerful. It maybe made me cry more than any other book I've ever read. In several waves. It was you'd get a moment of reprieve, and then 2 pages later it would start up again. incredibly good at emotions and incredibly like I think people who are like experiencing grief, like I think it's a really good book to maybe move past it. Like Jake said in his review that he feels like it's a healing book, and I totally agree. Like I could totally see that. And yeah, just shout out to him because I would not have picked this up anytime soon, and it was phenomenal.
Cool. I think that leaves me. Strangely enough, Lonesome Dove was my biggest surprise. It wasn't a surprise because I loved it. I expected to love it. Like pretty much every second person I've ever heard who's read it has said it was their favorite book ever. And it wasn't my favorite book ever, but I expected to love it and I loved it. But I'm a huge fan of Westerns, like movies. I've watched all of the Clint Eastwood Westerns at least 3 times each, some of them 6 times each. I love Westerns. Also older black and white ones, 310 to Yuma I love. And anyway, I love Western movies. But this book was sold to me as a Western. And it's not about what all of the Western movies I love are about. It's a character study, almost only. The plot is honestly, the plot is Mad Max Fury Road. We're driving from here to there.
Mhm.
That's the plot. That's basically the plot. We're driving from here to there. And a bunch of shit happens on the way there, which has impacts on characters and characters' relationships with each other. And you get such in-depth, surprising explorations of characters and intense, horrible things like racism and the way women are treated and all of these things, which are all very representative, I think, of how ugly and brutal the time really was. There isn't a whole lot of heroism in it, like there usually is in a Western movie. And there are a lot of really hard to take people, and most of the people in it are hard to just like. You know, like even my favorite characters in the book, you're like, I feel like someone should shoot you in the face for that. But I also love you. You're an awesome character. You're amazing. You're interesting. But it's a complex book. It's a lot more than I expected it to be. It wasn't really better or worse than I expected it to be, but I just had a picture in my head that was something it was totally not in the end. Great book, but it surprised me.
I think that's why I didn't like the prequel pretty much at all. Like it's just fine because the prequel is just straight up a Western. They're just cowboys and there's just cowboying it up. And I'm like, oh, the reason Lonesome Dove was first is because that's the interesting part of this story.
Yeah. And it's not about, I mean, of course there is a lot of cowboy shit that gets done in Lonesome Dove, but that's not what the book's about.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel
it's
like
really
I've only read like anti-Western Westerns, so I don't feel like I have a good measure of it. Like, so, but I agree
Would you
with you, Matt.
consider Butcher's Crossing to be an anti-Western? I haven't read it.
Yeah, it's a revision.
Okay.
It's definitely not. It's definitely anti-romanticizing a Western story for sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think Lonesome Dove is a fantasy novel set in the Old West. It's a fellowship on a quest.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it does have a lot to do. Although there isn't
And it's
any,
chunky.
there isn't actually any world-saving goal.
It's true.
Like they achieve their quest, and at the end, I was like, "Huh, okay, so you're there. All right. Yeah, the trip was interesting. Cool. But yeah,
you can see how Joe Abercrombie's a fan. For
Definitely.
Sure.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And Stephen King and George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, it's definitely a book a lot of people love. I'm just going to go through some comments. Yeah, Derry was surprised by Dungeon Crawler Carl. Derry is sympathizing with me. If Bridger picks a mainstream title for any of these, I might die of shock. Extinction Edge in the Extinction Cycle series, which I've never heard of. I've heard of the author, but military post-apocalyptic popcorn fiction. Wow, okay. Say that 10 times fast.
Goodness.
The Power Broker by Robert Caro. I have heard of that at least. The Things They Carried. I don't know if I or Tori or Philip convinced Britain to read The Things They Carried, but it's for those of you who don't know it, it's a fictional based on personal life experience story of the Vietnam War, or a series of connected short stories based on the author's actual experience in the Vietnam War. And it is so impactful. The whole book is basically deep emotional poetry. It's really good.
I'm sorry, I'm just dying at Britain's comment in the chat about, but I like cowboying.
I'm a big fan of Western movies, Britain. I love cowboying, but that's not what Lonesome Dove is really about. Shad read Remains of the Day. Yeah, I expect big things out of that book. It's coming up soon for me. Biggest surprise was American Gods. Did not expect to love it as much as I did. I didn't love it myself.
Me neither. Yeah.
I DNF'd it
I didn't either.
years ago.
I did too.
Well, I love it, so I'm
like
on your
it.
side about that.
There you go.
I'm a huge mythology nerd, right? I've got like this many books on my shelf about mythology, and so I was like, bring it on! Fantasy book about gods in the modern world, awesome. And I struggled through that book. I had a hard time with it.
I'm also a mythology fan, so
Yeah,
I don't enjoy it. I actually thought maybe it's because I'm not American. Perhaps
Maybe.
some of the
I
cultural
am.
differences.
There's
I
a lot
want
of
to-
like
especially.
ode to Americana in there.
It's very
Um,
nostalgic Americana
Yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah, that's true. Terry was surprised by how much he loved the Orphan X series. Bridger described it perfectly. Colton, Lord of Light again. Yeah, it's such a book. My goodness. Kindred, and Joanna mentioned it. Kindles and Kicks, Darko did an amazing, extremely moving, extremely deep review of Kindred. For those of you that don't know Darko or don't know Kindred, Darko is Black. Kindred is about Black experience with some time travel stuff back to a period with slavery in America. And he did from a Black perspective, which of course I can't directly relate to myself. He gave me a very good feeling for it in that review. It was amazing. Really, really good. Well done, Darko. Sister Samurai by Tatiana Obey. Also impressed with The Exile by Ryan Cahill from Navo. Tatiana Obey's short story In the Advent of Winter also was apparently awesome. And Birthgrave by Tanith Lee.
Ooh, Tanith Lee.
Brian's biggest surprise was getting addicted to Malazan. Yeah.
I'm not surprised that Brian.
I'm totally
added
not.
Malazan.
Like Brian and I overlap on so many things. Like him getting into Malazan, I was like, yeah, of course. What's wrong with you? Of course you're going to get into Malazan. So related, but different. Biggest disappointment of 2024. I'm going to go first, so that Josh's heart has time to heal.
What?
I didn't have a hard time reading it, but the bits with Druss the Legend, who is the eponymous legend, the bits with Druss, I was like, yes, hell yes, bring it on, more. And the bits with Druss are about 15% of this book. And the bits with everybody else, most of the rest of the story revolves around an insta-love that happens literally from I don't like you, you're annoying, to oh my God, you're my soulmate in 2 pages.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Like that part
That's
of the
true.
book is ridiculous.
That's true.
Yep, I agree with that.
Most of the
I
rest
just
of it,
accepted it and moved on.
Yeah,
Matt, like the
yeah.
rest, like everybody else does.
most of the rest of it, I was just like, I don't know. It just left me really flat. I mean, I must say, I overall liked the book. Like, I'd probably give it 3 stars, but I expected from what everyone had been telling me that this was going to absolutely blow my mind and rock my world and change my view of fantasy literature forever. And it didn't even come close. And in 2024, I almost only read insanely good books. So this is comparing to those. But I was expecting to like it a lot more than I did.
It's a good book. Yeah.
I've heard that.
Mm.
Maybe there's a different version of it I didn't read.
If you do want to try more, in the Draenei world, Waylander is my favorite so far. I've read 5 of them so far, and that one is really, really fantastic. So
I'm not sure I do.
I would just switch. I would just switch to his last series, which is the Troy one. Like that is just incredible characterization.
Okay. Yeah. We'll see. We all have this problem, and especially when you start getting gray hair, you have this problem more intensely. I'm looking at a limited number of years, and I'm conscious of it, more conscious than I used to be. A limited number of years in which I can still read, and if I look at my shelf and I'm like, I expect this to be a banger. Yeah, it's probably all right. I mean, I read one book by him and it was not that great, but I've heard that this one's better than not that great. Which ones am I going to read? You know? So I'm really getting to the point where I have like zero patience for books I do not expect to blow me away. And
as the resident youth of this live stream, I have no idea what you're talking about.
When I was your age, like 15, I didn't know anything about reading either.
Everybody get your bingo cards out. When I was your age.
No, specifically when I was your age, Kyle, 15. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did not think about this until the last 5 or 10 years of my life.
I think about it all the time. I'm just kidding. Like I have such a large TBR. But I personally, I totally get why you don't want to read more. But I'm just saying, I'm just like, I always want to try and get over my biases. And I've read like 7 Ursula K. Le Guin novels after being like, I don't think I like Ursula K. Le Guin that much. So I just keep trudging along. So
sure. I've discovered, especially since I've been involved in BookTube, I've discovered so many books that I know are going to be amazing that I could just read those for the rest of my life and never read a David Gemmell again, and I'd be busy, you know?
Right.
So, I don't know. Nothing against David Gemmell. Like I said, it wasn't bad. I just expected it to be better. Let's go Kyle.
Okay, so I'm a ranty human being. I don't know if anyone's ever known this about me.
Really?
Exclusive. And I have 2 books. One is actually not that ranty, but one might get ranty. So I'm going to try and rein it in. The first is The Five by Robert McCammon. I didn't like that book at all. And there was a lot of expectation going into it because I think it's a premise that I was really, really going to be into by an author that I have pretty exclusively loved everything else I've read by him. The Five is about a rock band who has been slumming it out in the trenches of just the touring cycle for years, and they're just on the edge of making their big break. And then someone starts killing members of the band, and then that gives them a second breath of interest because this is happening to them. So they're trying to keep the band going while also trying to be safe and figure out what's going on. I don't have really any positives for this book. I think the musician aspect of it was really poorly done. And I am not a touring musician, but I have known literally dozens of them and spoken to them. And it just rang very inauthentic to me at pretty much every stop of the novel. The band member interpersonal relationships, I didn't really buy. And the central premise of that someone is killing the band members and they're like, but if we can make it to Texas and we can they'll play our song on the radio and then we'll find. I'm like, guys, literally someone's trying to kill you. I just is total miss for me, and I was super disappointed. And that sucked. And then the second one is Fury of the Gods by John Gwynne. I really liked the first 2 books in this trilogy, And then I read All of Faithful and the Fallen, and I didn't really love it. And then John Gwynne had a bit more time writing this book for personal reasons that we all understand. And then this book came out, and then now I feel like I've changed a little as a reader. So I try to acknowledge that while going into it, and also like just that I had read this series where like John Gwynne's flaws became more apparent to me. But I honestly just don't think, like, I felt the book was rushed. Like, I really sat with it and I was like, is this just me changing as a reader? And I do think that's part of it. I just think that it's just a lot of people, like, it's very repetitive. The climax of the book is just the same thing happening with the like different groupings of characters over and over again until we reach the end of the book. I'm glad it worked for a lot of people. It was a really big disappointment to me. Shadow of the Gods was actually the first book I ever like quote unquote reviewed. Like, it was my very first arc from NetGalley, and I put a lot of effort into that review. So it was kind of like disappointing to end that trilogy on such a sour note, but it is what it is.
I forgot to mention a dishonorable mention. And I've mentioned it before. I generally keep it very positive on my channel, but apparently I love dissing Wheel of Time and this book. I got an arc of In the Shadow of Their Dying, which is an awesome idea. It's such an awesome idea. A city under siege, they're absolutely going to lose, and it's focused on characters in the city. Someone summons a demon in the city and lets it loose. I'm like, that could be really good. And it was written together by Michael R. Fletcher and Anna Smith Spark. I think Anna Smith Spark wrote The Demon only. And the demon's perspective is so alien and fucked up and weird. That was awesome. Everything Michael R. Fletcher, I think, wrote was garbage. It was so bad. It was bad in just really bizarre ways, like extremely inconsistent style of people speaking. Like at the beginning of the book, it sounds like they're pseudo medieval. And at the end of the book, it sounds like they're last week, like real time last week. A guy says dude and stuff like that. And there were all of these sort of plots, like subplots, side plots, that were all coming together and were interesting enough where I was like, okay, what's going to happen with this? What's going to happen with this? What's going to happen with that? And then they resolve kind of instantly by coincidence, or they get completely dropped and turn out to be completely unimportant for no obvious reason. It was just, oh my God. It's only not the biggest disappointment because I didn't expect anything from it. Like I was like, I don't know anything. I've never read these two authors. Don't know anything about this book or them. We'll see. I've heard Anna Smith Spark's good by some people. And a lot of people love Michael R. Fletcher as well. So I was like, yeah, we'll see. I was just open, and it turned out to be bad. But anyway.
Yeah, someone is mentioning in the comments they expected me to rant about the Magicians, and that's the same thing for me. Like, Magicians is by and far the worst book I read this year by like a county mile. Like, I think everything about that book is absolute trash, but I didn't expect to like it. So,
is that Lev Grossman's you're talking about?
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
No. I hated it. I absolutely
the Bridger stamp of approval. Let's go.
I'll give both of you guys a high five. I think Beltube will as well. We've talked about it. He's ranted about it. Like, such a bad book. Oh my God. Let's go to Bridger.
Okay. I'm going back to my bad old ways now. So I'm going to start with, I have 3 books.
Oh no.
2 of them I think are bad. These are not good books.
I know one of them is. I'm already upset.
One I actually think is good. I enjoyed it, but I was deeply disappointed because of the expectations I had for it. So I'm going to start with the bad ones. The first one is by an author I love. That's Fritz Leiber. But the book is The Wanderer. This is a Hugo Award-winning novel from 1964. It is post-apocalyptic. It is insane and bad, and it's Leiber trying to be edgy just for the sake of being edgy because at the time science fiction readers were demanding it because they were trying to rebel against the old school John W. Campbell style stodgy sciencey science fiction, and this is just bonkers. So a spaceship larger than the moon suddenly appears in orbit around the Earth and proceeds to consume the moon, using it as fuel. And this giant spaceship obviously has an enormous gravitational pull. It's got more mass than the moon does, so it starts having all kinds of cataclysmic effects on the Earth. The story follows multiple character POV, point of views, that are not really connected. Some are connected, others are not. There's actually multiple sets of aliens, but the first set of aliens, you've got sexy cat ladies, literally feline humanoid cat ladies, who have come to Earth not just to consume the moon for fuel, but to have sex with a human man. And it's just weird and nonsensical and completely disjointed, and it's edgy for the sake of edgy without actually telling a good story.
I mean, to be
Heard
fair,
this book
to be
before.
fair, us human men, we're pretty awesome.
I feel like I've heard of this book before, and I can't think of where, but I remember this is all ringing a bell. The sexy cat ladies.
Well, you probably saw it referenced in Whitney's video that she did a month or so ago, where she talked about it, and I laughed because her reaction was pretty much the same as mine.
That's what it was.
This is
yes.
not good Liber. Even though it won a Hugo Award, this is bad Liber. And in contrast, the same year that it won the Hugo, Davy by Edgar Pangborn was another one of the nominees. And it's also weird, but it's weird with a good story and is far more readable. It's a little more challenging in some respects, but the fact that The Wanderer won just is mind-boggling to me. Anyway, I'm going to stick with the post-apocalyptic theme for book number 2, because I've read a whole bunch of apocalyptic themed books recently, and a whole bunch of them are really, really bad. So I'm not going to get to all of them, but this is a more modern one. This one is, I think, from 2018, and it's Severance by Ling Ma. And this has a great premise. It's a zombie apocalypse type story, and it follows a main character who's a 20-something-year-old woman living in New York City who is working in a dead-end sort of drone-like office environment. And then this viral zombie outbreak occurs, and she finds herself banded together with a few other survivors, and they have exploits. I mean, the thing is most of this book is not about the zombie apocalypse. Most of this book almost seems like it's self-therapy for the author to work through her own psychological issues from her younger days. And the main character is utterly uninteresting. And she's written that way. She is written to not have a personality. She has no interests. She epitomizes privileged ennui. And privileged in the sense that, not that she's super wealthy, she just happens to have inherited enough money from her parents, who both died, enough money to live comfortably for about the next 15 years, after which she has no idea what she will do. And she proceeds to just live off this inheritance until she finally says, maybe I ought to get a job. And she gets this job working for a publisher, and she hates it. She hates the people. She hates everything. She hates herself. She's in a relationship with a boyfriend. She doesn't care about the boyfriend. She doesn't care about anything, which makes her utterly uninteresting. I hated this book. But the premise had some great elements to it if they had just worked it. And I should mention, it's the blurbs describe this as really funny. No, it's not funny. It's snarky is what it is. But it's completely snarky. I mean, I don't mind snark if it's used in moderation, to punctuate something, she's just consistently negative and snarky, and like, this is not fun to read. Okay, so big disappointment. Not a good book, despite the fact that it was a New York Times Book of the Year or something like that. All right, now this is the one I'm going to get a lot of flack for. I'm going to get a lot of flack for this. And I absolutely have to predicate this by saying I enjoyed this. I enjoyed reading it. I enjoyed reading all 3,600 pages that I've read so far.
One Piece.
Oh my God.
Ouch.
Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I would move to a new address if I were you.
I can't believe you put your real face to this opinion. Like, wow.
Like, do you know
So-
the One Piece crowd?
I have heard about them, and like I said, I want to make it very clear. I have enjoyed reading all the way through Skypiea, the first 3 arcs. However, I am also disappointed because it's very juvenile, and I mean it's literally written at a 4th grade level. Literally, I mean, if you look in the accelerated reader program for elementary school students, where they actually enter the text from the book, and software evaluates, how complicated the sentences are, how advanced the vocabulary is. It grades that somewhere between 3rd grade and 4th grade. That's not its biggest fault. It is clearly aiming for a much younger audience in how the characters are portrayed. And I'm not a younger audience. I'm probably the oldest person on this stream. And, I think I'm a little older than you by a few years, Matt.
Okay, I
think I'm older than you.
yeah,
maybe. I don't want to presume, Kathy, but
Yeah,
coming up on 6 decades very rapidly.
Okay, well, I'm probably a few years under you then.
Yeah. So the characters are immature. They have serious impulse control problems. They are emotionally unstable. And they stay that way, at least again, through the first 3,600 pages that I've read. The plots are repetitive. There's a huge reliance on superhero type violence, like solving problems through violence. Sometimes it's necessary, but is it always necessary? Could they perhaps use a little more, critical thinking, smarts, savviness, just thinking at all? Because again, the impulse control tends to be a bit of a problem. I sound like I'm being really negative on it. I did enjoy it. The themes are wonderful, very positive, friendship and loyalty. And there are a lot of very positive role model aspects to it. But at the same time, it has some very negative role model aspects to it as well that gave me pause. And I love the world building. It's very creative, but at the same time, it's almost like a Christmas tree is how I might analogize it. Like you have all these different ornaments on the tree, but they're all a little small and discreet and, very varied. And that's sort of how the themes and the value systems that are discussed in the books seem to me is they're very wide, very varied, but not deep, because Oda, the author, seems to touch on some of these deep themes. He covers it in like 10 panels or 2 pages, 3 pages of the book. Like he's name dropping or doing call outs to these really important things that readers need to pay attention to and take seriously, but he doesn't really explore them. And part of it, I think, is the format that graphic novel, it's hard to explore in depth a lot of that thing because the artwork is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But still, I think he got the balance wrong, because if you look at the ratio of pages devoted to fight scenes versus pages devoted to real character development, real story development, real development of some of these other themes, there's an awful lot of fighting and not a whole lot beyond just surface level call outs to the rest of it. At least that's my reaction. And I really was expecting it to be much better based on some of the reactions of people I know and really like and respect here on BookTube. and it just didn't live up.
Bridger,
Again, I did enjoy it though.
I think I see flames behind you. I'm pretty sure One Piece gang has already found you. You might want to check that.
Oh dear.
I'm going to go now. I'm going to go to Tori just because I saw Tori's face when you were talking about Fritz Leiber. Tori and I had a buddy read that didn't go so well. So, Tori, your biggest disappointment of 2024, and I'm going to disappear for a minute because Fitz, my cat, is yelling at me. So I'll be right back. She wants food.
Well, luckily, the question that we're being asked isn't what is the worst book you read in 2024, because Liber would absolutely have been on that list for me. I read Swords and Deviltry last year and absolutely hated it. I will never read anything by Fritz Leiber ever again. So I'm so sorry, Bridger.
If I might say, try some of his short fiction, particularly in the horror genre. Some of it might work for you.
I'm going to echo what Matt said earlier about how I only have so many years of my life. We'll see. I was incredibly unimpressed with that. But in terms of disappointment, this is, and this hurts my heart to echo a couple of the other people on the panel who have had to talk about some of their favorite authors. So I am notorious for being a massive Red Rising fan. And I finally moved on to the second half of the series this year with Iron Gold, Dark Age, and Lightbringer, after being a bit apprehensive for quite a long time about it. And I am... I don't even know where to start with this book. This book is an absolute hot mess, and I know a lot of people really love it, but this was one of the most disappointing books I have ever read, because I love the original trilogy so much. And the fact that Pierce Brown specifically took a break after this book to recenter himself and said that he'd kind of lost the characters and the heart of the story in this process from Iron Gold to Dark Age completely checks out for me, and I can understand where we lost the story. I hated it. It's so plot driven, and it's character assassination, and it's like there were so many things in this book that I was so angry about. I almost DNF'd the rest of the series of one of my favorite authors of all time. So thankfully, Lightbringer, which comes after Dark Age, was a return to form and restored a lot of my faith in his ability to finish the series with his final book coming out hopefully this year or next year. But I was so sad and so angry at this book, you guys. I was so upset about it. And really quickly, if I disappear, I just got a call a little bit ago that my mother fell on the ice about an hour ago. She's in the ER with my father. She's fine. She's severely injured her foot, so we aren't sure what yet, but if you guys could send some prayers and well wishes, that would be much appreciated.
I've lost track now. We had Kyle, Bridger, Tori, right?
Mm-hmm.
Me and Joanna, I think, now.
And
Josh.
Josh.
And Josh.
The middle row
The
needs
middle
to go.
row. Let's go middle row, left to right. Kathy.
Oh, okay. I didn't have any really terrible books, and I'm not going to include DNFs or anything like that because I actually did DNF. I'm starting to feel I've got very few years ahead compared to behind, and I'm not going to waste my time on books that I'm not enjoying. But the one I think that was the real disappointment for me, and it's not a terrible book, I just really had different expectations of it, or high expectations, and that is The Justice of Kings by Richard Swan, the first part in the Empire of the Wolf series. I had read that it was written by a lawyer about a justice who travels the land, and I thought this will be something I'll really enjoy, and I didn't find it very original. I didn't like the epigraphs. I found them just taken straight from the law already, and I absolutely hated the narrator with a passion. She just irritated the crap out of me. She would cry at the drop of a hat. I don't know how many times This girl cried throughout this book, and she told us, I am a tough street urchin. And I thought, no, you're not. If you were, you wouldn't be crying every second time I change or turn the page. She was absolutely horrible. And unfortunately, she took a lot of my enjoyment in this book away because she was a first person narrator. So I was in this stupid girl's head and I hated her. So yeah, wow. I think I had much stronger feelings than I realized. I wasn't going to use the word hate, but there you go. Yeah. So I didn't like it. I bought the entire trilogy and I have no desire to read the second and third books. Yeah.
I think
So that was
based on
You
your
have company,
criticisms, you're
Kathy.
not.
I'm sorry?
If I read that book in 2023, and it would have made my list of most disappointing books for 2023.
Oh, good. I'm glad it's not just me.
I'm
I know a lot of
avoiding that
people
book.
love it,
If that, like, based on your, like, you wouldn't like the rest of the trilogy. Like, DNFing the trilogy is for sure the right move.
but yeah. Oh, good. There's a few.
Yeah.
I really like Justice of Kings, but I thought the trilogy like got worse over time. So it's like if you didn't like the first book, there's only specific people that I would recommend trying it for, and it's mainly if like you really like the horror aspects because those get much better as time goes on. But
That
Yeah.
was such a small part of the book, though.
it's not
The main-
later. That is for sure not how it goes later.
Yeah. In the first one, anyway.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Josh.
So my biggest disappointment was a book series the first book of a book series I was really looking forward to this year. I ended up continuing even though I wasn't sure because I was so disappointed in the first book. And the series got better, but it still had much higher expectations and hopes for this series, and that was the Broken Empire trilogy. The first book was Prince of Thorns, and this book really disappointed me. I knew going in, I thought this was going to be kind of a gritty, grimdark story, and it was, and I knew that I wouldn't like the main character, and I didn't. And for 97% of the book, he was just a total Gary Sue, and was totally unbelievable. I thought the entire first book, it was just an unrealistic depiction of a character. And then there's a magical thing at the end that's supposed to explain why he was this way and how now you're supposed to believe that he was believable. And I just thought it was just like a sloppy way of tying up what was probably a note from an editor, because I really thought the whole book was just very, very mid. I wouldn't say I hated it. I mean, I liked it enough to continue, and I'm glad I did because I did like the second book. The third book was fine. I think the second book was the strongest of the three, but overall I was a bit disappointed. And one thing that really disappointed me is that I liked the writer. I liked kind of just the use of the language, and I thought there's a whole lot of good on that side of it, but the characterization of the main character was just so poorly done in this book that it tainted it all for me. But I will read more Mark Lawrence without a doubt. I thought the world building in the series was extremely interesting to me, and I didn't bounce off of the grimdark elements of it. I just thought characterization was poor, and I thought it was kind of just a very middling kind of first book of a series.
I DNF'd that about halfway through the first book and did not continue because I kept thinking I would love this book if the main character wasn't in it. And I don't want to spend any more time with this person.
Valid.
You know,
I thought
was
the
just
second book was definitely the best of the trilogy.
Yeah, for sure.
The structure of that one really helps it.
Yeah.
All right. And last but absolutely not least, Joanna.
All right. So my choice is probably going to be a big surprise to a lot of you. Does anybody have any guesses? Nobody's going to know.
Sarantine Mosaic. I know.
It's
You're
not.
going to art. Oh,
See, I don't think she would have prefaced it. She would have been like, sorry, Josh. And then she would have forgotten that I'm also here.
It's actually not Sarantine Mosaic. But
Good,
again, we're
good.
talking about biggest disappointment. And it was a little bit of a disappointment not to have the level of joy and hype about the Sarantine Mosaic that everybody else did. But my most disappointing read is Peril's Gate. This is book
Oh.
6 in Wars of Light and Shadow. This was a disappointment for me because there were a few reasons for it. One is that the story, it's important to understand with this series, everything in book 1 is foundational for everything else that happens in this series. So every book will circle around back to what happens in book 1. It's very circuitous in some ways, but this book, it felt like there were certain heightened moments that felt a little repetitive to what we've done in the past already. And then there was like this long section of the book at the end. I want to say it was long. It felt like it was forever, that used a narrative device that I did not enjoy at all. Like it was quite a slog for my taste. I appreciate what that section was to do, what its purpose was in the narrative and how it propels the story forward. I think it was important in some ways, but I did not enjoy reading it at all. Like I just thought, I don't need to be re-experiencing so much of what's already happened in previous books. So it felt like there was a lot of repetitive stuff in this book. And then there was like really cringy dialogue that happened in that section. And I know everybody talks about Wertz's prose, which is quite exceptional at times. And I give her praise for sure, especially when it comes to settings and nature descriptions, some of the best I've ever read in fantasy. But the dialogue in that particular section was so cringy. It was so cringy. And I have had some dips in the series. There have been some things in the series that I haven't quite been as fond of as maybe AP and Philip, who I'm reading the series with. But there have still been enough powerful highs for me in the series that even if I'm not as enthused about the book, about particular books in the series, every time I finish a Wars of Light and Shadow book, I'm excited to pick up the next book and get into the next book. Yes, somebody pointed out the dialogue I hated. But anyway, sorry. But then when I finished this book, when I finished Peril's Gate, I did not want to pick up the book I'm reading now for the longest time. It was really hard to motivate myself. Like that's how much my motivation just dipped and tanked for the series. But I can say I'm halfway through the next book, Trader's Knot, and I'm really enjoying it so far. So hooray, it's starting to go up again. And also want to say I did put the book before this book, what is it? Grand Conspiracy did make my top 10 list. So like I said, there are a lot of highs and lows for me with this series, but this one was definitely one of my least favorite in the series so far. And it's huge. So that's my answer. Any surprises? Was anybody surprised by my answer?
I've heard you say that it disappointed you, but I wouldn't have been able to pull out the names of the books. So
yeah,
and I've overall gotten the impression that you're very high on Wars of Light and Shadow in general, and the biggest disappointment being one of the books from that series surprised me. Yeah,
the Janny Wirtz estate is going to pull their funding.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And Janny Wirtz is the nicest person because I did talk about my criticisms I talked about my criticisms in my wrap up, in my August wrap up. And she just very kindly reached out to me and messaged me and said, "Thank you for talking about the book." I'm like, oh man, I feel so bad. But like I said, fortunately, I am really enjoying the book I'm reading right now from her.
I think like any artist, as long as it's done respectfully, I think they would just be happy that you're talking about it. So,
yeah.
So going through the comments, Britain was disappointed by Wizard Knight from Gene Wolfe, which I can understand because I DNF'd the first book of that. It's 2 books, Wizard and Knight. And I just DNF'd Wizard the year it came out, which was a long time ago. But I was just like, Gene, what are you doing? I didn't get it. I totally sympathize. Biggest disappointment, the last of the Drizzt books.
35 of them or something.
I was going to say, like, does anyone have any right to expect the last of the Drizzt books to be good?
It depends.
What are you on, Fornall? Ron did also not love Legend. Terry, I'm going to have to kick because he didn't love something from the first 4 books of Dune. No, I can understand. I always say, first of all, if you're going to read Dune, only read the first 4 books and expect them to be 4 different books, because they are.
Yeah.
The first book and the second book don't have that much in common. And then the third book is different again. And the fourth book is way different. So if you go in expecting that, it might help a bit, but I can kind of understand that. Ron was disappointed by Mirrored Heavens by Rebecca Roanhorse, which I've never heard of. Series with amazing world building that went nowhere. That does sound disappointing.
That's on my TBR for like the next month or so. It's the last book.
Okay.
Like the first book was Black Sun. Second book was already disappointing to me, so that's great.
I loved
All right.
Black Sun, but I'm glad I didn't continue that series because I've heard nothing positive about the rest of it.
Derry also wishes that she could be 15 like Kyle. Pete understands Kyle on a very deep level. The Eternal Champion by Michael Moorcock. I'm not surprised by this at all. The origin of Moorcock's multiverse fell totally flat. The big twist is telegraphed with the subtlety of an elephant stampede. Yeah. A lot of the books that make up the whole Eternal Champion thing are not bad, but I always felt like the more he got into or focused on the Eternal Champion and the multiverse, the dumber the books got for me. Colton, Jurassic Park. The movie is so much better.
This is the worst take I've heard all day. Like truly abysmal.
Yeah, Colton has some hot takes occasionally. This will make Tori happy. Jack London, Call of the Wild. Well, no, it won't make Tori happy. Sorry.
Yeah, it will.
Oh, okay.
White Fangs.
You were also disappointed. I know that White Fang's your favorite, but you were also disappointed by Call of the Wild?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I was disappointed. Like it's fine, but I read it once. I've never had any inclination to go back. I've read White Fang probably 10 to 15 times.
Yeah.
So White Fang's just an incredibly well-written novel, and Call of the Wild's
Okay.
just like kind of a
All right.
basic middle grade,
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
I completely agree. White Fang is so much more superior. I mean, it was my favorite of those books when I was young, when I was reading them.
Right. Okay. People were disappointed that Kyle didn't go on a big rant about the magicians, but he ended up doing so anyway. Bridger surprised everyone by hating something. Navo says Lords of the Bow by Con Eagledon. Didn't hate it, but haven't continued after reading it. Okay.
Bummer. That's my next one in that series.
Why does everyone hate the magicians? Because it's really
It's
bad,
bad.
Aslan. It's bad.
Think of the things that would make a book good, and then do the opposite, and you have the magicians.
Yeah, I feel like we should have a guest call in from Brian, because Brian he's like really good about ranting about how bad the magicians is.
Yeah.
Wind and Truth.
Boo! Boo this man.
Farts and facts. Okay, so Ryan's also looking to have his house firebombed. Liber likes his sexy ladies. Yes, he does.
Sexy cat ladies
Cat
in
ladies.
particular.
Sexy and cardboard cutout ladies, might I add.
Yeah, I said in the chat, Chanur is beyond all cat ladies ever anywhere. If you read CJ Cherry's Chanur books, Chanur is a cat lady you don't want to fuck with. She's awesome. Cat ladies, we are going to steal the moon. That really does sound like a very bizarre book. So this was in relation to Bridger hating on One Piece. We should have a live stream with Alan about it.
That would be amazing.
That way the One Piece gang can target both of you at the same time. Left Hand of Darkness. Shad. Not happy with Miss Le Guin.
Oh, I'm reading that next month.
I've got it on my shelf as well. I also want to read it soonish. And there's definitely a lot of Le Guin I liked. I read towards the end of last year, I read World for Worlds as Forest and really liked it. And I read Earthsea a couple times. Bridger validating. Love for you, Mom, Tori.
Yes.
Numerous people said that. And Mike stopped by. I think he stopped by and said Happy New Year and disappeared again, but he stopped by, which was nice. So, next question. Favorite new release of 2024?
I'll go first because I'm going to be very quick. I read one book that came out last year. I
Same.
did not like it, so I have no favorites. Yeah.
I can also go really quick because I didn't read any new releases last year, but this came out, Days of Shattered Faith, and specifically this one is like a special fancy edition
I have it
signed
right
and
there.
whatever.
Yeah, a beautiful
Yeah.
book, unbelievable.
It's a lovely book, and I am a designer, and I am totally turned on by a good cover. And the covers of Tyrant Philosophers are so damn sexy. They are awesome. They're so nicely done. So this is my favorite new release, even though I haven't read it yet. I'm done.
If we go like that, then I love the Broken Binding Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn books.
There you go.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
They're also gorgeous.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
good.
They are.
Yeah, I'm so jealous. Don't want to invest in a series I haven't read yet. So
I feel like that. I'm reluctant to buy them if I haven't read them.
I got them. I got them as well because I'm in the subscription, and they're just part of it. But I'm reading the series. I'm ahead of the current read along, so I'll join when you guys get to Green Angel Tower.
I'm not even part of the subscription, but I just like had to buy them secondary, and I gave Stone and Farewell 3
They're hot.
stars. They're just too good. Like I don't care.
Yeah.
where are we with this question? Who's answering?
Kath, me, Tori.
Well, this is a really easy answer because I also only read one release in 2024, and that was my number 2 book of the year last year by Blood by Salt. So that's an easy answer.
Nice.
Very cool. Joanna.
I've only read, well, I don't know if this counts. I think this came out in like either in the US in 2024, but it came out in the UK the year before, I think. And it's In Ascension by Martin McKynes. I really enjoyed this. This was following a marine biologist. It's a really interesting, weird take on First Contact, more literary sci-fi. But I did also read the nonfiction book Determined by Robert Sapolsky. And this is about the science, what does it say? A science of life without free will. And I thought it was interesting. I'm not the most knowledgeable about neuroscience like Kyle is, but I loved this even just as a thought experiment. And I think Sapolsky's kind of funny and fun to read. So I enjoyed it.
Did you like that more than Anxious Generation? Because that's a new release too.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I read Anxious Generation too. I think I did because I don't know. Anxious Generation was really thought provoking as well, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I really have a favorite between all those. What about you?
Anxious Generation is my favorite release of this year. That's by Jonathan Haidt. It's about how the rewiring of people addicted to smartphones, especially when they're growing up with the technology, but also just like all of us, how that has impacted society. And maybe the thesis statement of that book is that we have overprotected people like kids online, but underprotected them in the real world, which has led to all sorts of consequences. Very, very good book.
I think it's flipped, Kyle. I think it's that we've
What did I say?
Wait.
You said underprotected online and overprotected in the real world. No, you said it the other way around. Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
that is what it is.
Yeah.
Overprotected in the real world and underprotected online. Sorry, I did mix it up.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But yeah,
Yeah.
highly recommend that book. I've always just liked Jonathan Haidt in general. He's written several of my favorite nonfiction books. And Anxious Generation should be on people's TBRs because it affects all of us.
I'll be reading it
fun.
soon. My associate director, she read it over break and has been just bending my ear about it the last few days. So yeah, I'm gonna read that soon too.
I loved that I read that at the same time as reading It by Stephen King because it was just interesting to
That's super
compare the
interesting,
generation
yeah.
in It versus the generation today. Yeah.
Where were we? Josh.
So mine's with an asterisk because the book was released in 2023, but it was released in paperback in 2024, and it was one of my top authors that I read this year and talked about a lot this year, and I haven't been able to talk about yet, so I can talk about him at least twice, and that's Dennis Lehane's Small Mercies. Came out in paperback this year. This is his latest one. One thing Lehane does very well is he does period pieces extremely well, and this is kind of one of the better ones that he's done, Small Mercies. It's a pretty thin book, and he talked about how his editor kind of challenged him to do some really lean storytelling, and I'm sure that everyone in the genre that reads this is pretty envious of it. But it's a period piece about a hot summer in Boston where the schools are forcefully desegregated, and there's a murder that happens kind of on the wrong side of the tracks, and there's race relations, and you get a great central protagonist. It's a really fantastic work of crime fiction that has some deeper societal connections, which is when Lehane's at his best. That's what he does really, really well. So mine was Small Mercies.
Cool. Tori?
Bridger.
No,
Bridger.
I guess this is easy for me because I only read 2 books that were published in 2024. I liked both of them, fortunately. One of them I've already mentioned, which is the Flavia de Luce final volume. But the one I'm going to select is Leif Enger's I Cheerfully Refuse, which is another post-apocalyptic novel. I've been reading a lot of those. But this one is much more of a human-centered story. It's a story about grief. It's in many respects kind of a retelling of the tale of Orpheus in the underworld, where the main character loses his wife who dies, and he then, as part of his grieving, goes on a journey to try to travel along and across Lake Superior in the northern part of the U.S. The title, I Cheerfully Refuse, is a reference to a book that's kind of an apocryphal book. It's one that his wife had been hunting for a long, long, long time. And his wife ran a bookstore. And they finally find a copy of it. And, well, I don't want to spoil the book, but it's not your typical post-apocalyptic type story, even though it does have some darker, edgier, even quasi-mystical kind of fantastical elements. Like I said, this is sort of a Orpheus in the underworld retelling, but I really enjoyed it and would recommend it.
Was that?
That's the fastest we ever got through them. You
I was
guys
gonna
need to read
say,
more new
yeah.
releases, like Jesus, just as a collective.
Next time we're just going to have 10 questions about new releases, and everyone's going to go, I didn't really read that much this year, and it'll be over in 5 minutes.
It was surprising. Most of us only read like maybe 1 or 2 new releases.
It made it easier
I read
to
a
choose.
lot. I read a lot of new releases.
Okay, you're the exception, Kyle.
It's because I'm still young. I'm going to be here when these people finish the
Exactly.
series.
Exactly.
Well, it was funny because I was thinking about doing, like 10 anticipated releases for 2024 video. And I realized that I didn't even know 10 releases that were coming out in 2025 this year. So
There's
I
so
decided,
many good ones this year. This is the best year
Are.
coming.
Yeah.
Mercy of Gods was my runner-up. That was almost my pick, but Anxious Generation cleared it out.
I know there's a Stephen King one. That's all I know, and that's always an automatic buy for me. So
This
The
That's
month
one
of
is
May is really good. There's like Stephen King, Joe Abercrombie, and Guy Gabriel Kay in like 2 weeks of each
Yep.
other.
This one is funny. Jared Pekacek's The West Passage. I listened to a podcast which is about Tolkien. It's about Middle Earth and other things Tolkien wrote, and it's called By the Bywater. And Jared Pekacek is one of the 3 hosts, which is the only reason I've ever heard of his book, because he pimps his book occasionally on the podcast. And I was always like, I don't know anything about this book, but every now and then I see it popping up somewhere, which is kind of nice. Apparently it's good. 1,000 Words by Jamie Attenberg. Writing Motivation, worth picking up. Red Rabbit by Alex Grisham. Tainted Cup, I've heard a lot about that. Robert Jackson Bennett.
I've got the first book to read on that. I thought I'd wait for the second before I read it. I like
I'm
to
looking
have
forward to
it
that one too.
when there's a series. I just prefer to have more than one book because you finish the one and then it's like, now I've got to wait again. So I like to have
Yeah.
two.
Pete says, By Blood, by Salt, heck yeah. Pete also says, Tchaikovsky, heck to the yeah. And tie for favorite new release would be Land of the Living and the Dead by Shawna Lawless. I don't know what it ties with though. James by Percival Everett.
Oh, I keep hearing about this book.
I'm going to be reading
man.
that soon.
It's been everywhere on
It has.
YouTube recently.
Yeah, Jim talked about it, I think. Yeah.
The
I
Book of
also
Elsewhere.
thought that book sucked, Colton. So we have an accord finally.
It just intuitively for me, when I see a book that's written by China Miéville and Keanu Reeves, I'm like,
Keanu Reeves has nothing to do with it though. Like it's not like
How
he
can it
wrote
be
prose
good?
in it. It's not like he wrote prose in it. It's just China Miéville being like, what if there was an immortal pig trying to kill a guy for like thousands of years? But don't worry, everybody. We're gonna sit around and talk about bullshit for fucking ever.
Yikes.
Maybe this is one of my
Okay.
biggest disappointments. I really didn't like
That
that,
was-
book, now that I think about it.
that was quite a review, Kyle. Thank you very much. Also read The Dratzi Dilemma by G.C. Carriger. Gay urban fantasy romance, kind of cute. Okay. Part 4 of with explicit sex scenes. Parasol Protectorate was better, or she preferred it. Never heard of any of those. Myself.
Got one of the books. I want to try it and see if I like
Navola.
it.
Navola was a new one I really enjoyed. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people.
Yeah, he's been also very popular recently.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotten around. So
Try.
we are nearing the end slowly. We are at number 9, the one book from 2024 you'd recommend to anyone. Let's start with, I don't think Joanna started in a while.
Yay.
Let's start with
Cool.
Joanna.
I always, every time, like looking at this question, it just makes me think of AP Canavan, A Critical Dragon, and how he's always like, saying that a book isn't for everyone is the most asinine thing.
Honestly, I hate this question because I know any book I recommend to anyone, someone in that anyone is probably not going to like it. But anyway,
I don't think that's the
Anyway.
spirit of the question, though. Like it's something you would recommend because of the universal appeal, but like not literally everybody's gonna like it. It's just, like,
Exactly.
you don't
Yeah.
need to know much about the person to be like, I think this is worth a try.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've recommended Hyperion for like 30 years to anyone. So yeah.
Oh yeah, and I read that this year. That could have been one of my answers, but as it's actually not my answer. My answer is going to be either The Ice Dragon by George R. R. Martin, because I think it's just delightful. It's not, of course, some people are going to read it and think I want more, but it's a nice picture book and it's a good story. And then The Paper Menagerie by Ken Liu.
Yeah,
Kyle
let's
recommended
go.
I love that book, but I do have a friend I recommended it to who wasn't into it because she likes hard sci-fi. So, you know, that's how it goes. And then the other one, though, my number one, Flowers for Algernon by Keyes. Like, how can you go wrong with Flowers for Algernon? It's a heartbreaking story, but I think it's just powerful. I think it can, it's definitely universal. And I think I just found it powerful, touching, emotional, but also explores some important themes, brings in sci-fi elements to it. So I don't know. Those are my recommendations for anyone.
I'm gonna go
I'm going
next
to read
because
Flowers next month. Oh, sorry, Kyle.
yeah, I want to know what you think about it, Kathy. I'm gonna go next
what?
because maybe Joanna and I should consider being friends, considering we've had so many of the same answers. Flowers for Algernon was also going to be my pick. Super recommendable book. But just to be a little bit different, Narrative of Life, Frederick Douglass. You guys go read it. No other words need to be said. Like that book should just be read more.
Agreed.
Okay.
I was
Go,
just
Kath.
about to say I'm going to read Flowers of Algernon next month. So
Yay.
It's exciting.
hope I like.
Really good book.
I've also got it on my shelf. It's another one of those where I'm like, I probably should have read this like 20 years ago.
Same.
You know,
Same.
I've known about it forever, and I've just never
Get your
never
box
gotten
of
around to
tissues
reading it.
ready.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't cry in books. I don't. Books don't make me cry.
You might get something in your eye though.
Yeah.
I might. Yeah, it's usually my throat. I get a little choked up, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All
Go, Cass.
Okay, I have 3 picks because this is a very difficult question to answer because everyone has different tastes. So hopefully one of these 3 will appeal to a range of people. The first is, and these are all books I read last year. I mean, there are others that I could recommend, but I'm sticking to just what I read last year. One is Aeronaut's Windlass by Jim Butcher. This is they call it steampunk with airships, and the best thing ever is the talking cats. He did such a brilliant job at capturing how I imagine a cat is thinking, and I just love the cats. The characters are good. I don't like this series as much as the Dresden Files, but it's hugely entertaining. There's only 2 books out so far, but they're well worth reading. The other one is The Lord of the Flies by William Golding. I read this when I was a kid. I read it again last year, and it still has a huge impact, as to the nature of humanity and what happens when you strip away civilization. This one makes you think about just what people are like. Would I react like this person, or will I react like this one under these circumstances? It makes you question yourself as well as just humanity itself. Highly recommended if people haven't read it. And my third one, and I've forgotten what it is now, is, okay, yes, this one is for anyone who likes a laugh. The Truth, or any Terry Pratchett Discworld book. If you want to laugh, and I usually don't laugh in a book, then read a Pratchett book. The Truth is one I read. That one was a take on newspapers and the media, and it is so clever, so smart. I don't think I've read anyone who is as good at satire like Terry Pratchett. He really knows how to take apart an issue, and yet he does it without hitting you over the head with it. He's much, much more subtle than that. So I highly recommend Terry Pratchett for anyone who wants to actually think as well as have belly laughs, because you will. Yeah, no doubts. So they're my 3.
All right. Josh.
So this prompt, I think, is actually the one I thought about the most. Book to recommend to anyone, which means I generally stay away from sci-fi fantasy. But I almost picked a GGK because it's always close enough to historical fiction. But since, that's like all I talk about all the time, I figured I'd talk about the other author I talk about all the time this year. And I picked The Given Day by Dennis Lehane as a book I'd recommend to anyone. This is his historical fiction novel. It's his it's his biggest book, and this is such a brilliant book. I think it's Lehane's best book. It's set in 1918, and it's dealing with all of the societal changes going on in America at the time, but using Boston as kind of a microcosm. And it follows a cop, and what you're seeing through the eyes of this police officer. You're seeing all the changes that are going on from a big picture societal changes based on class and race and things like that. But you're also looking at a lot of the other things going on. You're looking at unionism and the first Red Scare, and it's the end of World War I. And there's just so many of these social and political upheavals going on at the time. But he still gives you a very personal story. There's a couple main protagonists here. He weaves in a couple historic figures. J. Edgar Hoover's in the book, Babe Ruth, Calvin Coolidge, and it's honestly it's a tour de force of storytelling. It's really a remarkable book, and it's a strong contender for my book of the year last year. and I think is Lahane's best book. And Lahane's written a lot of great books. And it's interesting because it's not the highest ranked of his on Goodreads, which the newest one, but all of his crime fiction ranks higher. And frankly, I think the Goodreads aggregate is wrong, because this book is remarkable and it's
Imagine
incredible. And
Imagine
I think it's, imagine that. It's incredible book. It really blew me away. It was one of my first reads of 2024 and top 2 of the year for me. You have to find out on the Red Fury Book Awards next week if it's this one or the next one I'm going to talk about. Because remember, I might be lying for some of these answers. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, Given Day, I recommend it to everyone. It's incredible.
Okay, Tori.
This one, Lord of the Flies, was one I actually thought about for this one, because I also read that this last year and it was in my top 10 for the 2024. But I think the one that I finally decided on was a book that I read right before Lord of the Flies, which is a tiny little middle grade book called Hatchet by Gary Paulson.
Yeah.
Love Gary Paulson.
Gary Paulson is such an incredible, just fascinating author in person. I had the opportunity to teach with him at an adult writers conference when I was 16 and got to meet him in person. And that was such a cool experience. And I'd never read Hatchet before. And my son is now 12. So I'm constantly looking for stories to hand him because he reads faster than I do. And I picked up Hatchet, and it made me incredibly nostalgic for the middle grade survival stories that I used to read when I was young, because I really love those. And I think Gary Paulson just captures childhood and also wilderness survival at the same time so incredibly well. And it's such a short book that it would be very easy for any reader to get through, but it has so much in it that I think is going to appeal to a wide range of people. Yeah, it's amazing. It's a really good book.
Hatchet's incredible.
Yeah, very good.
All right. I think the only one who hasn't gone other than me is Preacher. Yeah.
So I've got 2 books. The first, Shadow of the Wind, by Carlos Ruiz Zafón. This is, it spans almost every genre, it seems. I mean, you've got historical fiction, you've got literary fiction, you've got touches of, light touches of horror, very light touches of fantasy. It checks a lot of different boxes, but it doesn't, but could appeal to readers who like any one of those genres. And so I think it has potentially good crossover appeal. But the one I would recommend most is a classic from 1931, which is Pearl Buck's The Good Earth.
Yeah.
So this is also historical fiction, but the history of China around the time of the Boxer Rebellion in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And it's a multi-generational saga, but it's a very short book. This is not a long novel at all. But it is just a wonderful story about a peasant family, actually a peasant farmer who then gains a family and struggling to survive, on a subsistence level farm, but through ambition and hard work and self-improvement, he manages to become much more successful. And that's part of his downfall, sort of. I mean, it sort of shows how the farther away you get from the earth, as long as you stay grounded, you, I guess, retain more of your humanity. That's a tongue twister for me. And the farther away you get from the earth, as you rise up in the ranks of social standing and wealth and all of the trappings that go along with that, you kind of lose sight of what's really important. And this is just a great tale of those kind of universal themes set during a very turbulent time in Chinese history, and with a set of characters who are deeply sympathetic, even though they are flawed. And just a very memorable book. I had never read it before until this year, and I'm so glad I finally did. and I would just wholeheartedly recommend it to almost anybody.
It's a film too, isn't it?
Yeah, except
it's a very old one.
yeah, from 1935, 36. The problem is the casting. They didn't cast Asian leads. They cast Katharine Hepburn as the lead, as the wife of the farmer, who, in my opinion, is the most sympathetic character. She's the best character in the entire book. Katharine Hepburn had no business playing that role. The film didn't work for me.
No, I didn't like it either.
So I'm last, I believe. I
Oh
would
yeah.
recommend Boy's Life by Robert McKemmon. Boy's Life, it's hard to not call it a fantasy novel in a way. But the fantasy,
Because it literally is.
well, the fantasy
It won the World Fantasy Award, Matt.
That's true.
Yeah, that I didn't give that award. The thing I find so interesting about it is it's fantastical, no question, but it's always blurring the line between how much of this is actually happening, proper magic the way we would expect it in a traditional fantasy novel, and how much of this is the wonder that a child experiences the world with, and the creativity and the fantasizing in the head. There are so many scenes in it where you're like, oh my God, this is incredible what's happening. And then it sort of maybe, but maybe not, turns out to be just a kid thinking, or being creative. And it treads this line between, is this actually really in the world magic, or is this crazy wonder and creativity in a kid's head? Back and forth so amazingly well all the way through. I think it's also because a lot of it is about growing up and coming of age and things that all of us except Kyle have done. It's something I think a lot of people can relate to. There is a lot of nostalgia in it for like 1960s America, which obviously a lot of people are not going to connect to. But I think the childhood experience, the growing up and doing crazy things when you're a kid and having friends and coming of age, I think that's something everyone can relate to. So certainly from 2024, it's the only book I would throw at almost anyone. Yeah. Colton is, of course, pleased. Because Colton is the one who hassled me about it for months. Yeah, exactly. So let's go through the comments. Britain would recommend Kindred to anyone.
I just bought that for a coworker like the other day. So
yeah, no, I still need to read it. It sounds great. Bear and the Nightingale. Evie will be pleased, although I don't think she's here anymore. Pete, I'm surprised he didn't say heck yeah, but yeah, he was chiming in on the Paper Menagerie, which a book dragon DNF'd.
Okay.
I'll kick him. It's okay.
I've already kicked him mentally.
Book who? ZK in AK 2023 read, but do yourself a favor or owe it to yourself. The Book of Form and Emptiness by Ruth Ozeki. Magical realism coming of age narrative where the book itself is a character. That sounds interesting. Okay. True Grit by Charles Portis. Specifically, shouting at you, Tori, you should read True Grit.
I literally, Britain, go watch my book haul on Thursday, and it's in there. Don't worry.
Okay. Children of Time by Adrian Tchaikovsky. Top sci-fi, according to Terry. I've not read that one yet, but I've got it on my shelf. It's definitely on my list.
I bought it for my husband for Christmas this year.
Yeah. I want to read basically everything by Tchaikovsky, which is going to take a while because he's like writing 4 to 7 books a year.
He's faster than Sanderson, which is like nuts.
He's faster than anyone. Oh my God, nobody writes like
He
Tchaikovsky.
forgets books that are coming out the year you ask him. You're like, how many books you have released? And then he's like, oh yeah, there's also like a fifth one that just slipped my mind.
When
Like,
he
come
was in
on.
Berlin, I went to dinner with him, and it was one of the things I asked him. I was like, "What have you got coming out this year?" And he was like, 4 books. And I was like, "Damn, that's a lot." And then we went and we got a beer, and he was like, "Oh, actually, I was wrong. I also wrote a World Warhammer book, so it's technically 5." Like, okay, right.
I'm going to bounce out, Matt, but
Okay.
I'll just say really quickly that for my answer for best book of the year, check out my top 10 video. It's there. So I won't get so I won't take up more time. So
Okay.
wonderful being with you all. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
having
so
me.
much for
Joanna.
being
Joanna.
here and sticking with it for 3.5 hours.
Thanks.
I was also about to bounce, but I'm just gonna roll my 2 answers like just really quickly off. So we have the best of the year. I had to lie in the previous question, so I joined Josh in the liardom because my favorite book of the year is Wind and Truth by Brandon Sanderson, which is also a new release. Haters Be Damned, that book is awesome. I actually agree with most of the criticisms. Unfortunately, they just don't matter as much to me. Like the goods of that book far outweigh the ills, and haters can eat glass. And then my most anticipated book of the year for next year is The Devils by Joe Abercrombie. It's going to be awesome. Joe Abercrombie is cool as hell. It was great seeing you all and being here for 3.5 hours. And I got to go. So
Thanks,
bye,
Kyle.
everybody.
All right.
Good to
Thanks.
see you, man. So, anybody else want to jump ship?
That's just
we
more
get
time
through.
for the rest of us to talk now.
Exactly, that's true. Bridget's
Yeah.
answers are going to be 5
I can
times
give you
as
my
long
top
now.
6, my finalists for my book of the year, instead of just picking one that may or may not be right.
So let's go to favorite book of 2024.
Mm.
Let's start with the new order. So Tori, Kathy, Josh, Bridger.
Okay, so my book of the year, which also you guys can go check out my top 10 video. It's already out. But my book of the year was Men at Arms by Terry Pratchett, book 2 in the City Watch series. I enjoyed Guards a lot, but it was like a 4-star for me. I enjoyed it. I had a good time with it. But Men at Arms was the book that completely took me off guard, and I realized I think I'm reading a new favorite author just based on this book after reading Guards. So
Wow.
I absolutely love the characters in this book. I think it's one of his better plot lines that I've read so far. And it's a fantastic book.
All right, Kathy.
Dead House Gates.
Yes.
Yeah.
This pleases me greatly.
That book just destroyed me. I was such a mess reading it. I was so emotionally affected. I just couldn't put it down. And yet, when I did get to that last bit, and I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, yeah, I was sobbing like a baby as I was reading this book. And I thought, I can't remember a book that has had such a strong impact on me, where I was telling everyone who would listen about this book and that they had to read this series. It was just so well crafted. It was so well executed, not just the actual characterizations, which was fantastic. It was the way he actually structured a certain section in the book, which I'm not going to say what it is. Yeah, I've just not seen anything like it. And I loved the messages about anti-war, about friendship and loyalty. There's just so many things about it. And you'll see this in the video I'm bringing out of my top 10 books of the year. But ultimately, when a book can affect you to that degree, it's something really special. This could become even the book of the last 10 years for me. I don't know yet, but
Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. So that one's mine.
That makes
I don't
So
think
are-
that-
Of your top 10 are 6 from Malazan and then 4 others.
Tori and I approve.
Yeah.
So Josh.
I do too. I loved it.
And Josh approves, yes.
Yeah. So my I will mention kind of my 6 because I've already released that like on social media and stuff, but I have my 6 finalists for book of the year are 2 books by Steven Erikson, which is Memory of Ice and House of Chains, and 2 books by Dennis Lehane, which were, let's see, The Given Day and World Gone By, and then 2 books by Guy Gabriel Kay, Lord of Emperors and A Brightness Long Ago. And for me,
I'm
my
so
book of the year
shocked.
is A Brightness Long Ago. This book is just, I said it in the video I put out this morning, as I got to the end of this book and I just said simply, this is beautiful. This is such a beautiful book. And for me, this is the book that made me, I finally understood what it is I love most about this author. And what I love most about Guy Gabriel Kay is his narrative voice is so strong that when I read a book by Guy Gabriel Kay, I feel like I'm reading something important. And I don't know if I've ever read an author that's made me feel that way. I've loved books by other authors, but I've never been in the middle of a book and felt like what I'm reading is just the most important thing right now. And this is the author that occupies my thoughts the most, and his works are the ones I look forward to reading the most. And I read 5 by him last year, and Brightness Long Ago for me was the best of the 5. And it's a beautiful book, and you don't even have to know what it's about. I mean, it's kind of Italian city-states and rival mercenary groups and all of that. And it's told again. He gives you unorthodox main characters usually, but it's important and it's beautiful and it's incredible. I'm not even done with Kay, and I can't wait to start rereading. I just and I just to gush one more thing about Kay. I mentioned on my video this morning. It's the second time in my life I've wondered if someone has surpassed Stephen King as my favorite author, because for me, Kay is in the conversation because he hasn't done wrong for me. I've read 9 books by him so far, and I can say that I love all 9 of them. I mean, a lesser Kay book is still better than anybody else. So Brightness Long Ago is my favorite book of 2024.
So glad to hear that, Josh. That is one of my favorites by Kay. In fact, the only criticism, only disappointment I had with that novel is that I wanted more of it. It's one of his shortest.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it is very well told. It is a wonderful novel. Absolutely one of my favorites. I just wanted more of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I have you and Jake as my primary reasons I found this author. So I'll thank you for years, I think.
You're up next, Bridger.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to talk about 2 books. One very briefly because I've already mentioned it. And this is really what would have been my first choice, but I'm going to talk more about the other one because I've already talked about this. This is Bridge of Birds. This is the first novel in the Master Lee and Number 10 Ox trilogy of novels. This is so delightful. I had so much fun reading this one. In my opinion, this is the best of the 3. They're all great, but this one really, I just wanted to keep reading more and more and more, and was very frustrated that there are only 3 of these novels and that's it. Okay. However, I want to pick another book that I also really, really enjoyed. And it's from the same part of the world. And that's, let's see, get the light on it. This is Musashi.
Oh, yeah. I want to read that.
So
Nice.
it's, one of the all-time great epic novels of Japanese literature by Eiji Yoshikawa, if I remember his name correctly. It can be read as a kind of sequel to Shogun, because it starts where Shogun ends. I mean, they're not the same. I mean, Musashi was written in 1935. So clearly it predates Shogun by several decades. But the events that take place are historical. It's historical fiction. And it's based on a real character, Miyamoto Musashi, who is kind of revered today as the epitome of a samurai. He epitomized the code of honor, of self-discipline, of self-improvement, of trying to become the best human being possible. And he did that through his study of swordsmanship. He developed his own style of swordsmanship. He wrote it all down in a book that the translated title is The Book of Five Rings, which I encountered back 30 years ago when I was in business school, and they were using it as a teaching tool along with Sun Tzu's The Art of War to say, these are lessons that you can learn from, ancient China or Japan for how to run a business. And some of it was a bit of a stretch, but there's still some really, really wonderful kind of teaching tools in that work. Well, this is a gargantuan novel. So this is 1,000 pages, and it's an oversized book, and the type is tiny. It's longer than Wind and Truth, not by much, but it's a just enormous novel. So it's not for the faint of heart, but it shows this story of about 10 years of his life, starting when he was about 18 up until he was about 28. And he starts off as a reprobate. He's a bully. He's not really a good person. He has an encounter with an itinerant monk who causes him to think through his life a little differently. And he then pursues a path of wandering the world, or wandering China, looking for that path of enlightenment, trying to find ways to improve himself as a person, find ways to improve himself as a samurai. And he gathers a found family along the way, people who follow him, who revere him and want to learn from him. He encounters various adversaries. In many of those cases, he's having to fight them to demonstrate his superiority or to vanquish them as a villain. And he, well, I guess in some respects, this sounds an awful lot like One Piece, because he's a superhero kind of samurai, like you said, who's wandering around the earth, encountering all these different places and people and fighting fights. Only this is better than One Piece, far better than One Piece. And it's more historically accurate than Shogun. Clavel took a lot of liberties historically in Shogun. And I'm not knocking Shogun. I love Shogun. It's a great novel. But if you really want to get to a more historically accurate portrayal of what life was like at that point in time, Musashi, I think, is a far better choice for that. But again, this is a huge chunker of a book, but a very good one.
My husband is currently reading it. He's about 800 pages in. He's been reading it, I think, for 3.5-4 months now. Wow. So, yeah.
I've got a really quick answer because I've already talked about it and praised it more than enough. My book of the year would be City of Last Chances. It was so different in so many ways to a lot of, first of all of the Tchaikovsky I've read, but also a lot of fantasy that I've read. Yeah. And it also, I mean, this means a lot to me. It just has a stunning, gorgeous cover. I love cover art. And I highly recommend everyone read it. But like I said, I already talked about it quite a bit. I don't need to go into it too much more. A few comments. Bearing the Nightingale again. Kindred again. But also The Things They Carried again. Spear Cuts Through Water, which I can totally understand. That was my book of 2023, I think. Oh no, it was my book of 2023. A tie between Lonesome Dove and Shogun. Terry likes reading thick books. Yeah. Excitement. No surprise from Derry that Tori is in love with some Pratchett. StoryTube approves of Kath's selection. Look at Me by Anita Bruckner and A Stranger in Olondria by Sophia Samatar. The Olondria book I've had on my TBR for a while, actually. I remember about that. Can't pick one. So, Earthsea, Riverside series by Ellen Kushner and Tara Ignota. Yeah. Can't disagree with Tara Ignota. Derry, no surprise. She is so in love with Dungeon Crawler Carl at the moment.
Yeah.
The Saint of Bright Doors, Ron says. I actually just bought that, and I think it was because Ron raved about it somewhere at some point.
I don't know that. What is that?
Yeah, it's written by, I don't want to get it wrong, but I think it's an Egyptian author, or is it Indian? I don't remember. But it sounded interesting from what I heard, and I've become conscious of how many white male authors I read. And I thought it's good to switch it up a little bit and get some people from other places in there. A Bright List Long Ago, also by GGK, also Josh's pick. So popular, apparently. And Ron is impressed that Bridger can lift, at Bridger's age, that he can lift a copy of Musashi. That's probably because he has been lifting it so much. It's built up some muscles. So our last but not least question is the most exciting read coming up in 2025. Let's start in reverse order this time and go Bridger, Josh, Kathy, Tori. And I just realized I didn't grab mine, so I'll be right back.
I am going to reword this a little bit. Not necessarily the most exciting, but the ones that I'm most looking forward to. Because some of these might not be considered exciting.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But for me,
what you mean by exciting, right? Yeah.
right. It's all semantics here. Okay, so I've got several here, but I'm going to run through them very, very quickly. The first one is absolutely Josh's fault because he recommended it so highly in his Lehane overview video that I picked it up. So this is The Given Day by Dennis Lehane. Absolutely looking forward to it. And definitely one I hope is going to live up to the billing that Josh gave it, but I suspect it will. There are a lot of actually historical fiction novels on this list that I'm about to give because I'm doing a massive historical fiction read this year that I started last year, but it's going to continue. So another one I'm really looking forward to is one from the 1950s called The Tontine by Thomas Costain. And I don't know if you know what a tontine is. It's an old form of insurance type thing where people would buy into a pool and the pool is invested and all the members of the pool earn the interest on that investment. And as people die, the interest that would have gone to them does not go to their heirs. It goes to the other remaining members in the pool. Which means that if you're the last one alive, you get pretty much all of the earnings from that pool. Well, the tontine takes it a step further and says, you don't just get the earnings on it, you get the principal on it, that's paid into the pool. So it creates a strong incentive for people to try to do away with others in the pool. Strong moral hazard in this plot. But this is historical fiction set in France a couple hundred years ago. I've read some other things by Costain, have not read this one. Very much looking forward to it. Another author, also from the 1950s, 60s, historical fiction, great, very prolific at the time, is Alfred Duggan. And this is a book that I'm looking forward to reading, which is Count Bohemond. And it's set during the Crusades. He wrote some others that are set in early British history, like Conscience of the King and The Little Emperors, if you're familiar with him. I'm also looking forward to reading a bunch by Georgette Heyer, who was the queen of historical romances. She essentially invented the genre back between the 1920s and 1960s, except her version of historical romance, is not particularly spicy. That came a little later for American audiences. This is much more focused on the history. She writes Jane Austen novels.
Yes.
That's what she did. Her writing style, her characters, she was very meticulous in her historical research. So reading these is a real treat if you enjoy Jane Austen. So I've read a few before, but she was very prolific. She wrote dozens of these novels. So I plan to read quite a few more. She also wrote detective fiction. She wrote probably about a dozen detective novels too. So here's one of her Regency romances. Set about 200 years ago. That one's Cotillion, and then this is one of her mysteries that she wrote. So I brought those.
They're not as good. They're not as good, apparently, but her Regency, her romances, they are the best. I've read all of them about a dozen times, so I know them really well. I'm so happy to hear somebody actually talking about Georgette Heyer. No one talks about us, so yeah, I think you'll love it.
I plan to talk about her on my channel, so I'm trying to make a point to read more of her so I can speak more knowledgeably. And then the final one, which is the sort of the number one most look forward to read for me, is probably the most obscure book that I'm going to talk about today, even more obscure than the ones I've already talked about, which were pretty obscure. And that is Islandia. Anybody heard of this?
I have heard the name.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Why?
This is actually a fantasy novel. So it is not historical fiction, unlike the others that I was talking about. So this is fantasy, written early in the 20th century, written back in like the 1920s and 1930s by a lawyer and law professor, Austin Tappan Wright. And he just wrote this stuff in his spare time. He wrote thousands and thousands of pages of fantasy world building, like Tolkien. Very much in terms of developing the culture, developing the history, developing languages, just developing all of these things. And he did it entirely as a hobby, because as a child, he created this imaginary world in his head, and he just in his spare time would just write notes to himself, just elaborating on this enormous world and creating a narrative for it. He died early in his 40s in an accident. And about 10 years later, his heirs found his manuscripts. Thousands of pages. But they went through it and thought, well, this actually seems pretty good. They turned it, they gave it to a publishing agent or somebody who worked for a publishing house, who read it and said, we can publish this, with some, obviously, a lot of editing. And in 1942, I believe, if I remember correctly, it was published. So this is the only thing that really sets it apart from Tolkien in terms of its world building and how elaborate it is that it's actually set in our world. And there is an island, sort of not quite a continent, but a large size island down in the South Seas, in the South Pacific, close to Antarctica, that doesn't really appear on any maps that we know of. And it is a utopian society that has a character from our world go to school. He went to college with someone from Islandia, I think in Oxford or maybe Cambridge, one of the universities, or no, actually it was a US university. I don't remember where it was. I haven't read it yet. I just know the basic plot outline. They meet while they're in college. The American student eventually joins the Foreign Service and is posted in Islandia as his post, and he's a diplomat there. He's trying to represent the US's interest in Islandia, which is its own utopian society in the early 20th century. Islandia does not want to mechanize. It does not want to industrialize. Whereas the US does want it to, and is trying to promote a lot of these, economically productive activities and investment in the country. And so you get a lot of cross-cultural conflict, and at least that's my understanding of what the book is about. But it's a cult classic because it has been largely forgotten today. But believe it or not, it was a bestseller in the 1940s when it came out. And it even got a reprint, a hardcover big reprint about 15 years later in like 1958 or so, where it was re-released to a new audience. And yet today it is completely unknown. So I'm trying to finish out my exploration of the long forgotten masterpieces of fantasy fiction that no one knows about. And it's kind of hard to find copies of this, but you can still get them. They're still available, but I don't think it was ever reprinted after that 1958 printing. I don't think, but I could be wrong.
Right.
Wow.
Interesting. What about you, Josh?
So I kind of have two here. One, the Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn read along that we're doing on the fireside. I think that's already been a lot of fun. Just all the discussion with so many people reading. That's definitely an exciting read. And then for me, not only just finishing, but getting to the new release of Guy Gavriel Kay. So I have All the Seas in the World, Children of Earth and Sky left, of kind of the standalone novels. Then I'm going to read Fiona Var and Isabel in that order. And then actually when I found out that Written on the Dark is being released May 27th, I also realized that Stephen King's newest book is coming out May 27th. And when I saw that both of those are coming out, and then I realized that I have zero doubt that I'll read Guy Gavriel Kay's book first, that's when I started questioning my own thoughts about, who my favorite author might be. Or maybe that King is just less consistent than Kay and it can maybe wait a week. But I'm excited. I'm going to read All the Seas in the World, start that sometime next week probably. But that's my top most exciting reads coming up with that. And I'm not going to answer that question until I get through all of Kay's works, because I've read all of King's works. And with most authors, I think you got to give themselves some rope to hang themselves, right? And Isabel's the one that it seems is the one that's most maligned in Kay's output, and King's written 80 books. So there's bound to be some lower ones in there. So we'll see. Anyway, I mean, I love both of those authors, but I'm definitely looking forward to finishing up all of Guy Gavriel Kay's works this year.
And Fiona Var is also definitely written for a bit younger audience. I wouldn't call it, maybe it's YA. I don't know about the categories, but it feels more like I would have enjoyed it a lot more if I was a teenager.
I think it's more traditional. I had actually a chat offline just through a couple messages with Janny Wirtz, and she said she thinks it's unfairly maligned, and that
I don't think at all that it's bad.
Yeah.
But the main characters are all basically teenagers, or maybe they're in university.
They're college students.
Yeah, they're young adults.
I don't know. It sounds like a Portal fantasy that is a bit more traditional from what his later works were, but
yeah, it's good. I wouldn't say it's bad in any way, but
I think Fiona Var gets better with each book.
Yeah,
I think the weakest part is the first book, because the framing and the whole Portal aspect of it and their introduction to Fiona Var, it's really clunky in my opinion. And so it's easy to get the impression that this is not good just from that first parts of the first book. But thematically, it gets far more complex and darker and deeper.
Yeah.
And is not for children as it gets farther on.
Yeah.
Absolutely not for children or even young. I mean, it goes into some pretty dark places. But it was his debut novel. So he was in the first volume, The Summer Tree. He was still trying to figure out how to write, and he got better with each successive volume, I think.
Yeah. Let's move to Kathy. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to Stephen King because I always am. It doesn't mean I'll read it next year or this year, but I'm always happy to get one of his books. But really, I think there are two. One is I want to finish the Discworld this year. I've read all the rest. I have 9 left. I'm in the middle of one now. And then I want to start them again because I love them so much. And I can choose which ones I'm going to read. I don't have to read all of them. I can just go with my favorites. But the biggest thing I'm really looking forward to is finishing Malazan and reading The Crippled Guide. Everyone raves about it. I love this series so much, so I cannot wait to find out how it's going to wrap up. So, and that's going to happen this year. I'm hoping maybe in May I'll be able to read that, and yeah, I can't wait. And I'll probably want to reread that as well once I finish it. So that's me.
Tori.
Okay, so I have a couple. I'm going to be reading Harry Potter for the first time this year, which I'm very excited about. It's going to be like, I'm just going to cocoon for a week and blast through the series in my Slytherin robe. It's going to be amazing. And also, one of the projects that I have slated for this year is The Outsiders by S.E. Hinton. Is one of my favorite books of all time. I absolutely love the movie adaptation. And so I have all of the rest of S.E. Hinton's other work, and I'm going to be reading all of them and just kind of, I wanted to have a video project where I was looking at all of her works as a whole, because I know The Outsiders is obviously the most well-known. But I've read one of her other books and I wanted to get through the rest this year. And since they're pretty short, that should be easy. But the number one most anticipated read of 2025, because if I can manage it, it's going to happen this year, is Midnight Tides, because this is the book that I have not read yet in Malazan. This one I have not read yet. So really looking forward to reading a Malazan book I haven't read before this year for the first time, now that it's been over a decade since I started. And I'm really looking forward to that.
I can finally start thinking of you as a real Malazan fan. You're so into Malazan, and I have to keep reminding myself, you've only read a couple of books. There's so
Four.
much.
That's more than a couple.
Four.
But it's under
so much more epicness coming.
Yeah.
I so look forward to your reaction to Midnight Tides. For me,
I mean, I feel like my time as a Malazan fan gives me a little bit of credit, because I've been a Malazan fan for 13 years, which for me is a long time.
Yeah,
a long time, because you've read a lot of other things in between, and yet it's still one of your favorites, all your favorites. So that means a lot. Yeah.
You've been a fan of the first 4 books for 13 years.
Exactly.
That's we'll see. We'll see. No, I know you're going to love the rest. I'm will be extremely surprised if it goes any other way. For me, I think the Bridger contagion has finally gotten to me. I'm refusing to choose just one. So I already talked about new favorite authors, and Ishiguro I already talked about, and this being next on my list I already talked about. I'm sure I'm gonna absolutely love this, because I've really enjoyed the 3 Ishiguro books I've already read, and this is meant to be pretty much universally, everyone seems to think it's better than all 3 of those. So I'm expecting this to be pretty epic. And of course, the next book in the Tyrant Philosophers, House of Open Wounds by Adrian Tchaikovsky. Also pretty much everyone says, yes, City of Lost Chances is awesome, but this is even better. So I'm really looking forward to both of these very, very much. At this point, I would like to thank the 4 of you for sticking around for almost 4 hours. I kind of knew that this would, like, originally I was like, let's try and keep it 2 hours, and it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen.
I mean, 77 questions, essentially. 7 people,
Yeah.
11 questions.
Yeah.
Just there was no way.
No, like if we are actually allowing people to talk at all about the books and not just go this book next.
Right.
This.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
No, it was going to take a while. I knew it. We'll just see. Was my approach to it. Thank you to everybody in the chat as well. Some of you have actually stuck around for the whole thing. Some of you are dirty traitors and turned up late. But thank you also for being here.
Thank you
Thornall
for having.
says it was the best 4 hours
Yeah,
this
thanks for
week.
having
Thank you,
us.
Thornall. From all of us. It's been an absolute pleasure. I thought beforehand this would be a lot of fun, and it turned out I was right. It was definitely a lot of fun. Next, for all of you pub regulars or people who are just interested in a bookish hangout and chat, normally the Sunday pub is people who want to join me on screen. It can be different every week. We'll see who it is. However, next Sunday, I also have another special planned. I'm going to do a live book awards of 2024. Just mine this time. A live award ceremony in the time that is usually reserved for the Sunday pub. I will have a special guest, which should be interesting. And it will, I was not lying like Josh was. So some of my awards will no doubt overlap. But if you're interested in watching that, it will also be at the same time as the Sunday pub usually is, next Sunday. And then we will go back to our regular Sunday pub schedule, which is 8 p.m. my time, 2 p.m. EST every Sunday evening. People who want to join on screen, join on screen. Everybody else joins in the chat, and we just talk about whatever we want to talk about. It's basically just a hangout for bookish, nerdish types like us. So thank you so much, everyone, on and off screen. And I'll see you next Sunday.